the upper right corner of the pod containing the slides. To return to normal view, click the inward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner. Welcome to our event. We will get started in just a few minutes. Audio for this event is being provided using your computer speakers. Telephone audio is not being provided for this event. Please ensure your speakers are not muted and you have adjusted your volume accordingly. Please use the Q&A pod or the chat pod to ask questions of the presenters. Type your questions at the bottom of the pod. Time permitting, your questions will be answered at the end of the session. If you would like to make the presentation slides full screen, click the outward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner of the pod containing the slides. To return to normal view, click the inward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner.
All right, well, good morning, everyone. Welcome back. This is day 2 of the REdI Annual Conference 2024. Welcome to the device track, the CDRH track. So if you're joining us here in the room as well as online, we really appreciate you spending these 2 days with us. We think they're fantastic, but we want you to be the judge of that. So please let us know what you think about the material. One quick admin note that someone asked me to mention today is the slides. So I know the slides are available to be downloaded at our website. So you can download them and then take notes on them as well. So I know if you're like taking screenshots, You can do that as well, of course, if you're trying to grab specific slides, but just wanted to let you know that all the slide decks are available at the REdI website, so you have them as a resource. And also, I'll mention that there is a recording that's taking place like live right now on YouTube, and that link is recording it instantly. So if you really want to go back immediately to something you just heard, you can kind of play back to that segment on YouTube, and you can get the that segment of the presentation. All right. So with that, it's my pleasure to hand the keys to this conference over to Joe Tartal. Joe will be your moderator for this day. Joe is the Deputy Director of Division of Industry and Consumer Education. Joe has extensive experience in quality systems. He's one of our very few experts in the center on this topic, so you're in for a treat with Joe. Joe started his career in industry, and I think at one point had attended at a conference where he heard our division speak, and that was one of his
innovation in medical product development. So before we can get to that, I do have some housekeeping notes that I need to kind of get through as we get into day 2 and get into the information, the important information we're going to share. But I'm pleased to announce that the REdI conference is approved for 14.25 continuing education CE credits or contact hours. The CEs are available for real-time attendees who use the login links to attend. Please note the emphasis on real-time, which just means is no healthcare provider CEs can be given to those who attend via YouTube or for post-event viewing. For the faculty member, all faculty are expected to use generic names. If trade names are used, those that continue to disclose to the attendees when products or procedures being discussed are off-label, unlabeled, not FDA approved, or annotations on the information that is presented. Our faculty for today, CDRH only has one disclosure, and that is Indira Konduri, who is a stockholder of Berkshire Hathaway. And then for the codes, participants must attest to their attendance and complete the final activity evaluations via the CE portal. For multi-day activities such as this, participants must attest to their attendance and complete the faculty evaluation for each day. Please complete those evaluations whether you're getting the CE credits or not. Those evaluations are important to us as they help us plan for our future programs. And we're trying to always meet your needs as our customers. So we need to know what it is that we can do to improve, what you liked, what you didn't like, all that information we do after action reviews on this. So please complete those evaluations. Final activity evaluations must be completed within 2 weeks, no exceptions. In this case, the deadline for the event is June 13th. We apologize in advance, but we are unable to make exceptions to that deadline. Pharmacists should note that failure to provide your correct NABP and date of birth information in the required format may result in loss of credit for the activity. So please put that information in. Do not provide your pharmacy license number. Physicians and nurses may then print their statement of credit. Pharmacists should log into the CPE monitor 6 weeks after the last session of the activity to get their credits. And to simplify things, SBIA will send one email to all the attendees of the individual day event the following morning. So we strongly, please complete those evaluations by 6/13. And if you have any questions with regards to CE credits, please feel free to reach out to SBIA because they will be handling that and be able to help you out with that. Okay? So that is our housekeeping for the morning. Daily logistics. So one-stop shopping, SBIAevents.com. Again, evaluate the sessions, and their certificates evaluations will be available. Also, recordings will get posted in about 10 business days, so they'll be up on YouTube. The recordings are already available in the LinkedIn portion of things. And then for those of you that are online, please submit your questions using the on-screen QR link. So just like yesterday, click on the QR, take that picture of that QR link. It will absolutely come up to where you can add your questions. Please enter those questions online. So in person, the Wi-Fi is code for HUMDCP. That's for the hotel here. With Q&A, just like yesterday, we'll have people line up. We'll do round robin where we'll go back and forth between online and in-person Q&A. So use the mics here for the people online. Please silence your phones. Use the internet sparingly here. And unfortunately, this is a government-sponsored event, so we cannot provide any type of food or anything like that. Therefore, you guys are on your own for lunch. But the good news is the conference itself is free. So there is no cost for the conference outside of your travel and having to pay for lunch and other things. With that, let's talk about a little bit of our faculty. Again, my name is Joe Tartal. I'll be your moderator for today. And our online moderator is Joseph Hillring. So just a quick bio on Joseph. Joseph is a consumer safety officer in our division. He works to educate the industry in understanding regulatory requirements. He also has a specialization in quality management systems. Joseph began working at DICE in 2016 as a staff fellow. And prior to his FDA career, he had worked in a couple different roles, consulting for several different medical device companies, doing both pre-market submission and quality system work. Joseph received his Bachelor in Arts of Science and major in biology with a minor in public health from the University of South Florida and a Master's of Science degree from Northeastern University, majoring in regulatory affairs. So for you online folks, Joseph will be taking care of you and making sure that your questions get to us. So with that, let's talk about what is innovation. And this is a build off of yesterday. So yesterday, Jeff, Ed in his talk, we talked a lot about innovation. It's the theme for our conference this year, and it's extremely important. If you notice in the three pictures here, we talk about the early days of using a telephone, the 1980s brick phone that some of us remember. Not that I ever actually had one of those, but I remember them. And today we have the innovation of, I wouldn't even call it a phone, I'd call it a mini computer with our smartphones. So how did we get here? We got here by constantly working through providing different information. It wasn't a great leap. It was multiple innovations over time that we got from point A in that first picture to point C here. And something important as we talk about day two is really going to be about closing that loop. So day one, we talked a lot about the pre-market work, the work to get clinical work done. Now we're going to talk today about that feedback loop where we're collecting the information, we're talking about products once they're on the market, and we're looping that back around for that next cycle of innovation. So it becomes important that we have all of it together. Without the one, you can't do the other to complete that cycle. And that's how innovation happens. It happens over and over and over again in those iterations. And for those who do design of medical devices, you probably have lived this. I know I did, that you're making those constant innovations and making those constant improvements. And they're iterative. They build off of one another. So this is some innovation as it relates to cell phones. And as Kim mentioned yesterday, dream big. So what does innovation mean to all of you? So think about that for a second. Think about, okay, what does innovation mean for each one of you guys? So I showed this picture here. When I was a young boy, I'd say about 5 years old, it was during the year in kindergarten, I got sick with an infection where I had to go to the hospital. And I still remember the operating room. And it did not look like this. This was like the mid-1970s. Okay, so just thinking about in the time frame of that time to today, what has occurred? And think about it for each one of you and the products that you developed and the history of those products over time. Okay, so think about that innovation and the importance of that innovation. So as we asked for you guys, like Kim said yesterday, please learn as much as you can. I picked up some new things yesterday that I didn't know. Learn it, take it in, then apply it. Use it for your functions and your jobs. Take it back to your management and tell them about it. I know I used to do that a lot when I was in industry. And innovate, use that, and repeat. Make that iterative process. The program format. So the program format, again, we're gonna have 25-minute sessions with a 15-minute Q&A. This is your workshop. This is something we do for you guys. We want you guys to have these good questions, and frankly, we love the dialogue. And then submit, for those online, please submit your questions using the QR code. So what's in our device track for today? Right? So like I said, we're now closing the loop. So we're gonna start off the morning of quality management systems. I personally love QMS. I love quality systems. When we get to that talk, we're gonna talk about the overview of the new final rule that came out, and then Tonya's gonna carry on going deeper into the regulation itself, and then we'll take a break. So it's gonna be the morning of quality systems. Then we're gonna talk about UDI and some export certificates stuff, then break for lunch, come back, talk about adverse events, remanufacturing, a very important and hot topic, and then we'll close out the day with the importance of having one of the FDA investigators come up. Somebody that I talked to that's here today was mentioning about, you know, the little bit of fear with dealing with FDA. And granted, I know when I went through inspections, working with an investigator can definitely make you nervous. But we have an investigator here today that's here in a positive light. They're not here as a compliance function. So feel free to ask those questions about inspections and understand those inspections. Because here's the place to ask those questions, not while the investigator's at your firm doing an inspection. And then we'll do some closing remarks from there. This is a repeat of the slide yesterday, just so that you're aware of all the acronyms that we have within our different offices. The government loves its acronyms. FDA is the same with that. So Office of Communication Education, that's the office that DICE is in, Division of Industry and Consumer Education. OPEC is the Office of Product Evaluation and Quality. That's where the reviewers, the compliance side of things fit. ORA, Office of Regulatory Affairs. That's where your investigators are. And ORP is an office within OPEC, the Office of Regulatory Programs. They work doing a lot of the policy piece of implementing that different policy. And there's a great video that Elias actually has on CDRH Learn on how CDRH is structured. So if you have any questions about how the center is structured, you can find it on CDRH Learn. And then, as Kim noted, this is a really important slide to get to know. It has our learning tools that are available to everyone. So these are CDRH Learn and Device Advice. One is a multimedia video-based educational system, over 200 video modules up there. Utilize it, and if you like to learn by watching things, please use it. Device Advice is text-based with over 300 pages of different tests, total product life cycle, birth to grave of a medical device, and how to bring a medical device to market. So read through Device Advice. It's a great resource, both of these. And then once you've used these educational resources that are available to you 24/7, if you still have questions, feel free to reach out to DICE. We're available by email, although don't email us today. Wait until we get back in the office. Monday's probably a better day since most of our staff are out here doing the conference. But feel free to email us, ask us your questions. Two things don't email us about. One, if there is an investigator on site with you guys, don't come to us. You're underneath of an inspection. Deal directly with the investigator. Also, if you have a pre-market submission and you're working with the reviewer, talk to the reviewer. But any general questions or anything outside of those, feel free to come to us with, okay? And you can also call us. We have live agents that will pick up the phone 9 to 4:30 Monday through Friday with a half an hour lunch break. And then feel free to use those QR codes to click into those different time frames. So that is our intro for the day. So your call to action, learn, apply, innovate. As Kim said yesterday, dream big. Make your things happen. Take advantage of all the FDA resources available. Those educational resources are available for you because we truly believe that knowledge fosters voluntary compliance. You guys come to these conferences because you want to not get in trouble with FDA. We also don't want you to be in trouble with FDA. So take advantage of those resources. We know you all want to do the right thing. We want you to do the right thing. Ask us your questions, and again, give us feedback, whether it's the conference evaluations here or the learning tools that have different evaluations online. All that feedback helps us to build the programs better to serve. So those are your call to actions. And with that, I'm now going to get into our first talk of the day. So I'm just going to transition to that first talk. So overview of the final rule and the quality management system regulation. Quick show of hands for those in the room. How many people are aware that the quality system regulation is going to be changing in the next couple years? How many of you? All of you. Good. That is a good thing. So you guys are all quite aware of that. So we're going to try to take a little of the mystique out of this change and explain also why. So first, 30 years. It's been 30 years since 1996 to when the effective date for the new regulation in 2026 that we've had a change in the quality system 820 regulation. That's a long time when you think about it. I know for myself, I was just getting started in regulatory back in the early 90s. I can remember sitting and reading the quality system regulation changes from the 1978 GMPs. And at the time, the company I was working for was going through a lot of changes. We were coming compliant with ISO 9001, the 1994 version. We had this new 1996 regulation that we're looking at, and 1345, the first version of 1345 had just come out in 1996. So a lot has changed in those 30 years. And it's been 30 years in the making. Just to hit on a few things, gas was $1.23. The Dow was at 6,000. We published the QS regulation, 1345, first time that was published. The Global Harmonization Task Force was in its fourth year, having started in 1992. And the whole point of the Global Harmonization Task Force was to harmonize things from the global perspective. So fast forward to this year. Gas now is 322. The Dow, I know, has been down the last week or so, but it did top 40,000 just a couple weeks ago. We've now published the final rule for the quality management system regulation, and we're going to talk about that final rule and the reg quite a bit this morning between myself and Tonya. The current ISO standard is 1345-2016 as it relates to medical devices, and now GHTF has been replaced with the International Medical Device Regulators Forum, and that's over a decade old. So a lot has occurred between these two timeframes. And a lot of good things have happened. A lot of things have evolved. As we talked about the evolution of technology and innovation, regulations have evolved as well. And that's good, because I do think that we've moved in the right direction. So what are our learning objectives going to be today? I'm going to introduce the final rule. So the final rule is called the Medical Devices Quality System Regulation Amendments and Preamble. I'm going to talk about rulemaking in general, how we got to this place, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the preamble. Then I'm going to describe the Quality Management System Regulation, the new QMSR, and its incorporation by reference ISO 1345-2016, and of course its normative reference ISO 9000-2015 Clause 3. And then I'm going to highlight and explain definitions. For me, this was the part that honestly I really wanted to understand more of, because there are some hierarchies to the definitions. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about FDA's future plan. As much as this is a change to you, it is also a big change to us. So we have a lot of work to do to get prepared as well. So the final rule. The final rule to medical devices quality system regulations and its preamble. So if you look at it, this was published in the Federal Registry. And it was published in February 2nd of 2024. So what happened first, whenever there's any rulemaking process, there's a proposed rule that goes out. So February of 2022, we put out a proposed rule. When we put out that proposed rule, we also opened up a comment period. Also, the Devices Good Manufacturing Practices Committee met in March of 2022. So there was a public meeting where people met, they had comments, and were able to submit comments to the docket for the proposed rule. So for the 2-year period, we collected all that information. We read through those. And you can find the proposed rule at the Federal Register. So think of the Federal Register as like the government newspaper. So the Federal Register is where you can find all the proposed rule for all regulations for all agencies. And that's through the government printing office. And you can find that information online. And if you click on this particular hyperlink, you'll find the final rule with regards to the medical device quality system regulation amendments. Okay, so it's important to know where this is and what the Federal Register is and where you can find information as it relates to that. Okay, and I have a nice copy of it here, as does Tonya, and we've been reading through it, as I'm sure you guys have as well. So what does the rule do? The rule explains FDA's current regulatory framework and how the public was engaged in the rulemaking process. So most of that is this part here. So if I take off my printed version from the Federal Register, here is that explanation of why we're doing this. You know, it's been 30 years and we're updating things, as well as the preamble itself is all of this. The regulation itself is literally these 3 pages. So you want to take and read the final rule. The final rule also has the preamble. As I mentioned, we had a comment period where people could send in their questions. Anyone in the public had any questions, comments, concerns, they could submit them. The final rule had a little under 100 things that came in. FDA took those that were similar, combined them together down to 83 comments from the public and FDA's responses to them. The preamble helps you to understand our intent in thinking at the time that the final rule was being put into place. So please, one of the most important things that you can do, as I lost part of my final rule there, is to read the preamble. Read the whole final rule, read the preamble, read it again. It is a long read, I'm not gonna lie to you, it's a lot to read here, but it tells you what FDA is thinking, why we're doing things a certain way. There are certain things in the proposed rule that we actually changed in the final rule, okay? Because we read through the comments and went, yeah, that kind of makes sense. And then there are many other things that we said, nope, we're gonna explain why we're thinking this particular way. So please take and read through the final rule and definitely read through the preamble itself. Okay. What does the rule do? So it revises 21 CFR. So CFR, the Code of Federal Regulations, Part 820. 820 is the quality system regulation to now the quality management system regulation. So the final rule revises this. And what does the revision do? It harmonizes the quality system regulation for medical devices by converging requirements to the international global management system requirements. We heard from industry over the years, I know you all have one quality management system. That's what I've always put into place. But you'd say, oh, we have these requirements and these requirements. Wouldn't it be nice if we just had one set of requirements to look at? Well, we tried to harmonize as much as we could to get as close as possible. So it should make it easier now that you have one quality management system that you can utilize when you market globally. And that's what we've done. And when the 2016 ISO version went out, we were trying to harmonize there as well. So we keep moving more and more to this convergence of more and more harmonization. And that is a good thing. That's what everyone wants. They want something as simple as possible to be able to sell and market globally. So we also provided that there would be a period of 2 years so that you could change from the current 820, the current quality system regulation, to the new QMRS, the quality management system regulation, the future 820. So 2 years, you have a time frame of 2 years. It's one of those things when I talk about the preamble comments. Initially, it was going to be 1 year. In the comments, everyone said 1 year is kind of short. Can we get more than 1 year? And FDA looked at it and said, you know what? We agree with you. Let's make it 2. So the QMSR effective date is now February 2nd of 2026. So everyone online, everyone in this room, you guys are going to comply with the requirements for the QMSR by February 2nd of 2026, right? Yes. Okay. Now, I talked to some different colleagues and people were saying, it's 2 years. We got plenty of time. Don't wait. Okay. Read the rule now, read the preamble now, get to know the new regulation now. And then Tonya's going to talk more about what to do in these 2 years to get your QMSs up to speed. But 2 years goes by very, very quickly. So learn what you can now. So that brings us to our first knowledge check of the day. Okay. It is important to read the preamble, including the comments and responses to the final rule. Is that true or is that false? How many hands say that it's true that you should be reading this? Good, I see everybody's hands up. Take some time and read it. Keep reading it. Okay, so that is the final rule and how we got to the final rule. Now I'm going to give a brief overview of the QMSR itself. We're going to go more detail in the next session about the reg itself, but I do want to set the stage for it. So it withdraws most of the requirements in the current Part 820. So most of 820 gets pulled out. It does, however, retain the scope and definitions, some of the definitions from the quality system regulations, some of them. I'm going to talk about definitions later in this presentation. But it retains that scope, which is extremely important. So you still have the flexibility as a manufacturer to set up your quality system, your quality management system, depending upon the risk of your device, the risk of the manufacturing process of the device, the complexity of your device, the complexity of its manufacturing process, the size of your firm. Are you 5 people? Are you 5,000 people? Okay. No QMSs are written the same. It's really you define, you own it. And we retain that scope that you have that flexibility. Because a QMS for a 5,000 person firm doing class 3 devices is very different than a class 2 device firm that might be only have 30 employees and a couple devices. But you define that. You get to define that. That's one of the things that I think is great about the 1996 regulation, and we're continuing that further today, is that you get to have that flexibility and own that regulation. We also have a section that includes conforming edits to Part 4, the CGMPs for combination products. Doesn't impact the CGMP requirements for combination products. We heard a little bit of discussions about combination products yesterday. I'm not going to go anything deeper as it relates to combination products and the new QMSR, but just know that there are conforming edits to Part 4. And CGMP, current good manufacturing processes. So the one thing that you're going to notice as a change, and I was just talking to a colleague recently about this, is if you memorize the old QS reg sections, you're now going to have to memorize new sections. So that's going to change. So we kept the scope. 820.3 is definitions. By the way, 0.3 of any regulation that I'm aware of is always definitions. So that will maintain the same. So whenever you're looking at 0.3 of any of the reg sets, you're dealing with definitions. And then 820.7 is the incorporation by reference, which I'll get to in just a second. And that is the big chunk of the reg. Then there were some other things that we needed to put into place. One of the questions that came up with regards to the incorporation by reference was, why didn't you just adopt the standard? And we can't just adopt the standard. And we don't use that language. We're incorporating by reference. And that is because we have other laws and regulations that pull together as it relates to your QMS. I know for myself, when I was in industry, I might write a pre-market submission once a year or make changes to a submission once a year. I might have a couple MDRs in a year. Luckily, through my career, I only dealt with one recall, one removal, correction. But my quality system, I touched every day. It was like the centerpiece of everything else that went around it. So we have other requirements that need to be linked in. So those additional requirements, medical device reporting in 803 or 830, unique device identification, 806, corrections removals. We had to have some things added in there as it relates to those pieces that are particular to the US FDA and your requirements in the United States. So we have those there. Also, with regards to control records, supplemental records, keeping activities, complaint and servicing, it's again linkage back to 803 and its records and UDI and confidentiality. So from a confidentiality standpoint, we added that in there. Note that any records you send to FDA, pre-market or anything else, by the FD&C Act of law, they have to be kept confidential. There is a process called the Freedom of Information Act where you can go in and request information, but know that that information is going to be redacted of any proprietary or confidential information that is in those records. So we have the FOIA Act. We have a whole division of information disclosure that's actually in our office that provides that information at, but note that anything that's considered proprietary to it will be redacted out of it. So anything that you give to us, we keep in confidentiality. Then you have this last part, device labeling and packaging. We know that mix-ups and mislabeling and things still occur. We thought that there should be a stronger piece within the regulation. So we put this section in there in 820.45 for device labeling and packaging controls. So the big chunk, the incorporation by reference. So if I take the final rule away, I have the regulation sections that I just talked about. And then on top of that, I have 1345/2016. So these are the new requirements come February 2nd of 2026. So the incorporation by reference, again, we are not transitioning to the standard. We're not adopting the standard. We're incorporating by reference the standard. And these are the minimal called out provisions to ensure consistency with all the other applicable FDA requirements. Includes definitions and requirements in there. And I'm going to talk again about definitions later. Most of these things are things you're already doing, okay? Because you have quality systems in place. So you're going to be doing design and development. So we don't call it design controls anymore. It'll be design and development, production, storage, distribution, installation, servicing, and final decommission. It's total product life cycle. And we've been talking about total product life cycle for well over a decade. So it sets up and establishes requirements for our QMS that can be used by any organization involved in one or more stages or all the stages of the total product life cycle of the medical device. And you guys should all now be well aware of total product life cycle. Oh, yep. So the standard also has within it a normative reference, and that normative reference is ISO 9000, 2015 Quality Management Systems Fundamentals and Vocabulary. It contains terms and definitions for the application of 1345. So we've also incorporated by reference clause 3 of that standard as well. So you have 1345 and then clause 3 of ISO 9000, the fundamentals of vocabulary. And that has definitions that are built off of from 1345. So you may ask yourself the question, where can I find these? Okay, Joe, where do I get these? So both of the standards are available for viewing. If you go to the final rule, there's actually a section in the final rule that shows you where to find this incorporated by reference portal. And ANSI has these standards. Now, please note, these are read-only. If you want a copy of the actual standard yourself, you have to purchase that copy. I have a copy here, which I will be keeping an eye on because it tends to walk away when it gets put down. So you will need to keep view only by going to this site, but if you want a copy, you'll have to purchase it. And then also, what about future changes? As we all know, the technical committee, TC 210, meets on a regular basis. Every so many years, the standards are revised. So we had 1996, the 1345 standard, then in 2003, the 1345 standard, and then 2016, the 1345 standard. So at some point, 1345 will be revised again. So what happens to the final rule when it gets revised? So what we said in the final rule itself. Any future changes to the standard would need to be evaluated. So we're going to look at any changes to the standard, determine their impact, and if necessary, address through another rulemaking process. So this will be the regulation for now. If the standard does get changed, or when it gets changed, because it'll be a when, we'll look at those changes and we'll go back through the rulemaking process to address any changes that are needed. Okay. So now let's check. The quality management system regulation does which of the following? Transitions to ISO 1345. We just go right to 1345. Incorporates by reference ISO 1345. Or requires that a higher notified body. So what are these three? Is it one? Is it two? Show of hands. Yep. Or three. Nope. Incorporates by reference. We use this specific language. We're not transitioning, we're not adopting, we're incorporating by reference. So with that, for the end of this talk, we're going to get to the definitions and what we're doing at FDA. So the definitions is something that I found intriguing as I read through all of this. So I wanted to build this out so that everyone has a better understanding. So when it comes to superseding definitions, at the top here, we have the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. This is the law. This is the law itself. This also is why we couldn't just full-blown adopt something like this. For example, there's a definition sections in section 201 of the law. The law is passed by Congress. So it's an act of Congress to change the law itself. Section 201H of the act has the medical device definition. And actually that was just changed a few years ago. But 201H is where you're going to find the law, the legal definitions themselves. Those supersede everything. Then next in line are the definitions in the regulation itself. And the regulation split things up into two sections. So 820.3B provides definitions which supersede those in the standard. And the reason why they supersede those in the standard is because they're tied to other regulations that apply to US FDA. And then 5 additional terms in 820.3A that are not defined in either 1345 or ISO 9000. So it goes the act supersedes, then the regulation, then the incorporated by reference standard definitions, the normative reference ISO 9000 2015 clause 3 definitions. So that's how they break down from a superseding level. So all definitions in section 201 of the act, they're the highest level. And then we have our regulation set, CSER 1860.3 defines what an implant is. And then manufacturer, organization, rework, safety and performance being the same as safety and effectiveness for the most part. As I said, read the preamble. There's actually a great discussion in the preamble about this. We in FDA use the term safety and effectiveness. The standard uses the term safety and performance. They are a little bit different. If you read the discussion in the preamble, it kind of clears that up a little bit. But in the definition section, we say, yeah, they're close enough. Additional definitions that you're not going to find, the component, Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act itself, what a finished device is, what a remanufacturer is. Hold any remanufacturing questions till later this afternoon because we have a whole session on that. And then the human cells and tissue-based products, these are things that generally would be at CBER, but they're device aspects of it, so they're regulated at CDRH. So they're kind of co-looked at. Some other key terms that I thought I'd pull out from the preamble just because there's some changes. We replaced the term established. So if you remember, established is define, document, implement, do it. So we replaced that with document. So now document means the same thing. I think we talked a little bit about if it's not documented, it didn't happen. Like we truly believe that at FDA. You didn't document something, it didn't happen. So we're now using that term document a little more, replaces management with executive responsibility to top management. To me, they're still the same people. They're the people with the money and the resources to get things done at your company. But we're now going to use the term top management that's in the standard. We use the ISO definitions for nonconformity and verification. We adopt terms such as customer. We didn't used to talk about customer before. I know you all talked about customers before because without them, you don't have a business. But now we're adopting those terms from ISO because we know ISO is very customer-centric. So we said, yeah, those terms make sense, and the term product. So knowledge check. What is the order of superseding definitions? Is it the Act, the reg, and the standards? Is it the standards, the Act, and the reg? Or whatever you hear when you call us in DICE? Okay. So hopefully everyone gets this right. Show of hands, how many think this is number one? Yeah, I see everybody's hand now. That's where it is. Start with the law, then the reg, then the incorporate by reference standard. So now let's talk for a few minutes about what we're doing. So FDA is retaining its inspectional authority. So FDA will still do inspections, okay? They're not going to give you like a notified body does or certificate of conformance. Okay? You're just going to have an inspection like you've always done. Manufacturers with a certificate of conformance are not exempt from our FDA inspection, so don't show us your ISO 1345 certificate of conformance and say, no, I don't need to let you in, investigator. I have this, nice little certificate here. Nope, we still have our inspectional authority to come in. And then we're also in the US are not going to require you to have the ISO 1345 certificates. Okay? So we maintain our inspectional authority. And there's good reason for that. What else do we need to do? Well, what we need to do is update our technology system. So our establishment inspection reports, things are going to have to be updated. We're going to have to revise relevant policies and procedures. So anything as it relates to inspection processes. Yes, the quality system inspection technique, QSET, we're going to have to come up with a new inspectional technique in the next 2 years and share that with everyone. So yes, QSET will need to be changed. Compliance program guide will need to be updated. Any of our guidance documents, standard operating procedures, and work instructions internally will need to be updated. Understand, we have our own internal QMS systems, both at the center and at ORA. They have QMS system as well. So we'll need to update all of those things. Additionally, we'll have to train internal personnel. We have to train all of ourselves. I mean, the good news is I've been following the standards throughout all the years, but this is going to be something everyone's going to need to become familiar with internally to us. We're going to issue external communications. We're going to provide information and updates as those updates become available, and we're going to conduct external education like what we're doing here. So just like what we're doing here, we're going to use presentations, update device advice, update CDRH Learn over the next couple of years, to provide as many tools and resources that can be available to you. So, knowledge check. Will we be issuing a certificate of conformance? Is that true or is that false? False. Yep. We won't be issuing a certificate of conformance. So here are some resources for you. Again, these slides are available, as Elias said earlier. You can find the read-only link here as a hyperlink for read-only, and then where to purchase a copy of the standard through ANSI. And then you can find the final rule at the Federal Registry that contains the final rule and the regulation itself. So with that, let's open up let's hit my summary. FDA has issued the final rule, so the final rule is out as of February 2nd, 2024. QMSR incorporates by reference 1345-2016 in Clause 3 of ISO 9000-2015 Fundamentals of Vocabulary. The final rule includes a hierarchy of definitions. Remember, law, regulation, then the standard. And we have an implementation plan that we're using, and just pay attention to those future activities and rollouts as they come into being. So now with that, let's take some questions. So do we have any questions that have come up? Let me actually hand over to my question moderator for the time.
Yeah, so the moderator will have his own session.
Yep.
So good morning, everyone. We will open the session up for questions. A lot of great information for Joe. And we will begin this morning with our first online question.
Good morning, everyone. The first online question asks if you can please confirm the QMSR effective date.
So yes, as we talked about earlier, it's going to be February 2nd of 2026. So as I said, don't wait until then. start now, at least start right now, understanding that new final rule, read through the regulation, take a read of the standard, but the effective date come February 2nd of 2026, that is the new reg that must be complied with. So, I'll let you.
Thank you, Joe. And we will next take our first in-person question. Gentleman at the mic, please.
I'm going to, excuse me, I'm going to follow on to that question about the effective date. So there is one of the comments in the preamble seems to imply that firms cannot implement before February 2nd, 2026. There's a comment about FDA does not want to have to deal with two systems, so it's got to be QSR until that date and then QMSR after that date. And so that seems to imply that I can't implement QMSR incrementally, that I must switch it over all on one date. So can you comment about what's going on there?
So the regulation itself stays the quality system regulation until that date. So that is correct. What it comes down to, though, is when you look at the two subsets of regulations and when you talk about implementing these changes, what is it that you're trying to implement? So I'm going to take my FDA hat off a second and think like the people in-house. So I have a QMS. I now have a regulation set that I have to comply with and one that I know I'm going to have to comply with. And I'm going to look at what are the different things that are going on in that QMS and what changes have to be made or don't have to be made. Tonya's going to talk a little bit about this in her talk, so I don't want to go too far off. So it's going to be more of thinking about how you're going to explain what it is that you're doing versus making a change. Because frankly, when I look at what the requirements are, you're doing a lot of these things already. 95% of everything you're doing is going to transition over. It's not going to be something like, I think it's less than 96 where you had the right design controls. There were no design controls at the time. Now you're just going to be changing the name of a lot of things. Like you're going to be calling things out differently. But I don't think from a process standpoint, you're going to be doing a whole lot differently. And that's where you're going to start thinking about it. Again, I want to hold off because I know Tonya's going to mention this. But that's a good point of asking, well, is it just a turn on switch? I would say it's not you're going to implement, in batches, but you're going to start preparing for that implementation and start preparing a plan. But the rig itself is the rig until it changes on that effective date. So
Thank you,
I hope
Joe.
that helps you.
And as he indicated, I'll try to go in a little more and perhaps provide some additional remarks regarding that. Let's go back to one more question from our online viewers, Joseph.
So we got quite a few questions regarding MDSAP, and they're wondering how the QMSR change will affect an MDSAP audit.
Okay, so the good news is MDSAP is not going away. So MDSAP is a medical device single audit program. How many people here use MDSAP in the room? So a few of you, okay? And I'm sure some in the online audience do as well. MDSAP is not going away. So when I talked about FDA inspectional authority, you can still use the MDSAP program. We still maintain our inspectional authority through that too. And what will happen is there will need to be updates as it relates to MDSAP. So updates are a part of that new plan that FDA is going to have in place, but just be assured that MDSAP is not going away, but it will be updated.
All right, thank you, Joseph. And we'll take our last two in-person questions. The mic, please.
Good morning. I was wondering if the agency could clarify or expand a little bit on the removal of the anonymity clause from the internal audit part, because there was a lot of comments when you read the preamble and the commentary, and it's hard to really dig through all that were like I thought that was a little bit flooded with comments, but it's hard to understand, and it makes me feel like it may inhibit organizations from really performing their internal audit as in-depth as you should.
Okay, so great question. So there is a great discussion in the preamble about both management review, the actual meeting minutes, and internal audit. So as you all are aware, in the past and currently in the current regulation, we do not look at the results of internal audits. Remember, we can always look at procedures, scheduling, all of that as it related to internal audits, but we didn't look at the results of internal audits directly. And this is a little bit of how it was discussed in the preamble too, as to how we came to this conclusion. Same thing with management reviews. We could always look at your process for a management review meeting. We could always look at your schedules, but we didn't look at the actual meeting minutes. Now, that being said, anything that comes out of either your internal audits or your meeting minutes for management review, you're doing your corrective actions because of those, or you're doing things outside of that. So we're not seeing the actual notes of those things, but we're seeing the results of it. So we're seeing the stuff up front, and we're seeing the results of what you were doing. And we've always been able to look at that. So when we looked at the future QMSR, we said, is there really anything in those internal audits that we're really going to be surprised with? And by the way, your ISO auditors always looked at those things. They've never had, anything that said, oh, you're not going to look at an internal audit report. So we said, honestly, there wasn't really a reason that we should keep those exempted out as documents. So we removed that. And frankly, even a couple years ago, I would say, if I were doing an inspection, I'm not using those by themselves to hit you over the head with. We expect you guys to have real discussions and real internal audits, and real discussions in your management reviews, and real internal audits where you're finding whatever it is that's not in conformance, and you're correcting that. And we've always been able to look at your corrective action systems anyway. So this just links it together. So don't think it's that big of a deal that we'll now be looking at those things. I also think that, and this is where firms get a little bit hesitant, they're like, but we found this issue. Well, yeah, okay, you found an issue. Did you correct the issue? Yeah, we corrected the issue. Well, good, that's what you should be doing. We expect that to happen.
All right.
So,
Thank you, Joe, and I apologize. We don't have that time for you to give your questions, but we will have an opportunity for you to meet up with Joe.
yep, I'll be around today. If you have questions, feel free to find me and take them offline. I will answer them the best that I can. So please bear with me as we talk through those.
And
So,
hopefully I can get some of those answered during my presentation.
Yep.
Do you want to do your call to action?
Yep.
I'll turn it back over
So-
to you.
thank you. Read the final rule, including the preamble. Read it again. Learn about the QMSR, use all the available educational resources, continue to ask these questions, because there's actually a special mailbox at the center to provide those. So if you're asking me general questions at DICE, we'll answer them for you. But if you're getting into some really good questions as it relates to policy, there is the policy team and the compliance and quality team in OPAC that is handling a lot of these. But we need to know what your questions are. And then prepare your quality management system so you're ready in February of 2026. Okay, so start thinking about what is it that you're going to have to do. And with that, our next talk to continue on this aspect of quality management system is we have the innovative approach to navigating the quality system regulation. So Tonya's going to get into the actual QMSR deeper than I did. And I'm going to introduce Tonya here. So I've known Tonya for quite a while before I even get to the introduction section. Prior to working in DICE, Tonya's been a faculty member for AMI, the Association for the Advancement of Medical Instrumentation, where she's taught the QMS coursework. She also teaches the QMS, the quality system coursework as it relates to investigators with ORA. Prior to working with us, she was a quality systems expert in OHT 7, or back then it was OIR and OIVD. And prior to that, she did pre-market review work with regards to diagnostics. So Tonya has served in the FDA for 24 years, more than 10 years clinical laboratory experience. She began in the microbiology reviewing branch, and she's a quality systems specialist. She currently, in her role, is branch chief for the post-market and consumer branch in our division, and leads our efforts in education informing medical device and radiological health industry on its FDA requirements. In addition to this, she also leads the education and informational aspects of our consumer team to help consumers and healthcare professionals and patients understand the issues as it relates to medical devices and radiation emitting products. Tonya received her BS in microbiology from Howard University and is a certified microbiologist with the American Society of Clinical Pathology. So with that, please welcome Tonya for the next talk.
Good morning again, everyone joining us here in person, and good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on your current time zone, to all of you who are joining us virtually. Thank you, Joe, for that very kind introduction. As he indicated, the title of my presentation today is An Innovative Approach to Navigating the Quality Management System Regulation. So throughout the day, I perhaps may tap you on your shoulder and say, what's the name of the future 820 regulation? And you're going to say the Quality Management System Regulation. So we're moving away from the Quality System Regulation. So here you see a very extensive, or the cornerstone of excellence for marketing medical devices that provide a high level, or with a high level of assurance that those devices have been manufactured consistently according to regulatory requirements, and most importantly, safe and effective. These are criteria or aspects of an effective quality management system that implements those requirements in order to conform to current good manufacturing practice. And as Joe has indicated, the final rule was initially issued, or has been issued, that amends the current quality system regulation to now the quality management system regulation. Here again, the regulation was renamed the Quality Management System Regulation, and so now you see that R on the slide. So you're wondering, you're thinking, you're asking questions, you know, what are the differences? What are the new requirements and everything? So hopefully by the end of my presentation today, we will dig a little deeper and take a closer look at what those regulatory requirements are, and be able to assist you in making sure that you implement the requirements of the quality management system by February 2nd, 2026. So the learning objectives for this presentation are to discuss the purpose and scope of the quality management system, reviewing those requirements, and again, clarifying some of those requirements. They'll review the key requirements of the quality management system regulation, hereafter referred to as QMSR, and including a reference to the ISO 13485 2016 standard, as well as clause 3 of the ISO 9000 2015 standard. Then we will identify the similarities and differences between the current and the future 820, or the current as we know of as the quality system regulation. And of course, the future part 820 will now be referred to as the quality management system regulation. And then finally, perhaps identify a few ways to adapt to these regulatory changes. So let's begin with reviewing the purpose and perhaps clarifying those requirements contained in the scope. So the Quality Management System Regulation, or QMSR, purpose is to ensure the ability to consistently, not just one time, but to consistently manufacture devices that meet applicable requirements as well as device specifications. So whatever requirements apply to the device that you're manufacturing, as well as your facility that is doing so. Also, the QMSR provides a basic framework of achieving this quality. So not different from the QS regulation in that matter, because they both do not tell you exactly how to do it, as evidenced by some of the questions we're receiving, but it provides you with that framework. It also assures that finished devices will be safe and effective, as well as complying with the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, or FD&C Act, or previously referred to as the Act. So making sure that, you know, you are complying with those regulatory requirements as well. So here, the scope, let's clarify. With regards to the QMSR scope, it is to govern the methods used in and the facilities and the controls used for designing, manufacturing, installing, servicing, storing, and service labeling, as well as packaging of all finished devices intended for humans. So all finished devices intended for humans, all right? That's the scope. So now that we've completed that review and clarification, let's look at and dive into more details about the requirements of the QMSR. So here, as we indicated, the QMSR really now is divided into two subparts. Previously, there were about 15 subparts. So now we're down to two subparts, a subpart A and a subpart B. Subpart A containing those general provisions, which includes the scope. The scope has requirements under 21 CFR 820.1, and those requirements specify the applicability of the QMSR. Meaning, you know, who is applying, or who does this standard, this regulation apply to? It goes on to further clarify that it applies to those devices that are finished devices, again, intended for humans. The scope also addresses or provide requirements for conflicts with other requirements under the Act. Here it includes those requirements for how to handle or which regulation, which standard takes precedence, or really is what you're required to adhere to if there's any opportunity of conflicts. And if you might say, well, I thought they weren't conflicting, they were to harmonize. Yes, but when there are several similar requirements, the regulation, I have to get it in my mind, the regulation specifies that regulation takes precedence. For example, if there are terms that are defined in both the regulation as well as the standard, and FDA, in order to ensure that that definition does not conflict with other requirements of FDA regulation, has indicated in the scope that the regulation, the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, all of our regulatory requirements take precedent over any other similar requirements, okay? The scope also include requirements with regards to foreign manufacturers, reminding us or stipulating that if there are manufacturers that decide to import a device, that we have the authority to refuse those devices if they're not complying with our regulatory requirements, if they're going to import them or offer them for import. All right. The scope also includes requirements with regards to exemptions or variances when it comes to the need or the request to be exempted from any particular requirement within the regulation. You still have that specification or ability to request an exemption from that. And as you know, those have been very, very rare, but not impossible. And you do have to justify and submit that request to the agency. Okay, so those are our details with regards to the scope. So what are the requirements when it comes to definition? Also, under subpart A, you have the requirements as it pertains to definition. And as Joe indicated, those requirements are found in 820.3 of the QMSR. And here it specifies that definitions in ISO 13485, 2016, and throughout the presentation, we'll just say ISO 13485, and we all know it's the 2016 version, right? As well as requirements as they pertain to definitions included in clause 3 of ISO 9000. So those definitions do apply to the QMSR. However, not those that are specified in paragraph B of 820.3. So 820.3 in the QMSR lists about 5 terms that FDA has decided do not, we don't look at the definitions in the standards, ISO 1345. We go to the definitions that they have provided in 820.3. I think component is one of them, the act is another. So there are 5 terms that are specifically outlined in 820.3 that no, you don't look in ISO 1345 or ISO 9000 for those definitions. They're here in the QMSR. Also, those definitions that are incorporated through ISO 1345 or by reference to ISO 1345 and 9000 do not affect the meaning of similar terms. We can't stress that enough. If there is a requirement in the regulation that takes precedent over what's in the standard. And typically that only takes place when it comes to, like I said, similar terms. Everything else is pretty much harmonized. Also, the requirements under definitions indicate that there are 5 terms also, another 5 terms, so 5 and 5, you got 10, right? That also apply as it pertains to the requirements in the QMSR that are either not included in the standards, ISO 1345 or ISO 9000, but they still do apply when it comes to the QMSR. So there may be definitions in the standard and you may automatically go to the standard because the majority of the terms are defined there now, right? But there are 5 terms that are defined here in the regulation and they're placed there because they either don't apply to the standard or they do not have a definition in the standard. Remember, not only does the QMSR have those requirements for implementing an effective quality management system, it also has to make sure that it does not conflict with other regulatory requirements that FDA has. So we have those terms to ensure that these requirements also make sure that you continue to meet the other regulatory requirements. All right. Also, 820.3 specifies that all definitions in Section 201 of the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act supersede correlating definitions in ISO 1345. I think Joe stressed it. You're going to hear me stress it throughout the day. We cannot emphasize that enough in reminding you that FDA requirements take precedent. All right, so if you see 2 definitions and you're trying to see, well, which one, make sure you fall or refer to the FDA's definition. And again, with reference to those 5 terms that are defined here, again, supersede those definitions if they have similar terms that are defined in ISO 1345 and 9000. So now we're moving on to those requirements as it pertains to actually incorporating by reference requirements from a standard. So those requirements are in 820.7, and it specifically states that all the material as it pertains to having requirements are approved to be incorporated by reference to the standards. And they're using the acronym IBR, incorporation by reference. So when you say IBR, you mean they're incorporating a standard incorporating requirements by referring to a standard. And those requirements are available through FDA, as well as NARA, the National Archives and Records Administration, and through ISO. And I think Joe provided you with the link to an ANSI portal where you can obtain those requirements also. So they are readily available for you. Although I'm sure everyone is aware that standards, you typically have to purchase them, but FDA requirements now, we're going to make those available to you. And here are the ways that you can do that. So 820.7 also specifies that the incorporation by referencing ISO 9000, clause 3 of ISO 9000, incorporates by reference those requirements in 820.3, okay? Meaning those definitions, those terms. It's been approved and is now in regulation that yes, the terms that are in ISO 9000 now apply to this QMSR regulation. It also specifies that material information requirements of ISO 1345 are now incorporated by reference as it pertains to sections 820.1 under the scope, 820.3 definitions, 820.10 for the quality management system requirements, and then the additional requirements in 820.35 and 820.45. So that part of the regulation specifies, yes, we are incorporating these requirements, and here's where we are doing so. Now, what are some of those requirements? How do we get to them? Here under 820.10, you have requirements for a quality management system. Here's where the meat of those requirements live or are stated or specified. It specifies, so under 820.10, and Joe talked about how we all memorized requirements under 820 before, the 20.30s, the .100s. Well, now we have new sections to now acclimate ourselves. So 820.10 specifies requirements for documenting a quality management system. Okay, so here's where that requirement is. And again, it's through referencing those requirements listed in the standard, ISO 1345. It also specifies requirements for complying with other applicable regulatory requirements. Remember, I mentioned we have some terms that we've defined because we want to make sure you still comply with other regulatory requirements. So here in 820.10, not only does it say requirements for implementing quality management system, you still have to make sure that you comply with other regulatory requirements. For example, there's the requirement to comply with or continue to comply with Part 830 for UDI, Part 821 for medical device tracking, as well as Part 803 for adverse event reporting or medical device reporting, and then also Part 806 for reporting those corrections and removals. Now, it also indicates that these are not the only other regulatory requirements that you may be subjected to, but they've specifically listed these, that you still have to comply with these in order to indicate or demonstrate that you fully implemented an effective quality management system. All right, so you still have to comply with those. Part 820, Section 820.10 also specifies requirements for complying with design and development requirements, and it specifically tells you where in the standard those requirements are. Clause 7.3 of the ISO standard. All right. It also lists specifically complying also with requirements for traceability and implantable devices as part of Clause 7.5.9.2 ISO standard. And then it also specifies that adulterated devices, as defined in the Act under 501, as well as persons responsible for adulterating those devices, are subject to regulatory action. So you don't have to think about it. You don't have to wonder. If you're not complying with regulatory requirements, you are subject to regulatory actions. Okay, so we want to avoid that. Then there are the subpart B. I said there are two subparts. There's subpart A and there's subpart B. So subpart B provides those supplemental requirements, if you will. And there are two sections in subpart B, and that's 820.35, which addresses controlling of records. And those requirements specify that specific information for certain types of records. You know, there are record control requirements in ISO 1345, but FDA, because of experience with the marketing of medical devices, wanted to ensure that we impose these additional requirements to make sure that these devices remain safe and effective. So they wanted specific information to continue to be part of your records and make sure you control that information. Records including records for complaints, records for servicing activities, records for your medical devices in general, as well as batches or lots of medical devices, and then confidential records. Joe indicated that there are requirements to make sure we continue to adhere to your desire to hold some information confidential, and we've included requirements in the QMSR to indicate, again, if you document those as part of your records and designate that, then we will review that and make sure that it is truly confidential information. So the regulation does indicate what information you have to include as part of your records in order to comply with 820.35. Things like the name, the date as it pertains to complaints and servicing. So it specifies that information. And then there are requirements under 820.45 as it pertains to device labeling and packaging controls. It specifies requirements for documenting and maintaining procedures for labeling and packaging specifically, as well as examining labeling and packaging for accuracy prior to release or storage. All right, so FDA specifies that, and that's based on our experience with a lot of recalls as it pertains to labeling. So we wanted to make sure that you still document those activities and the results of those activities in order for us to review it and make sure that you are complying and continue to ensure that these devices remain safe and effective. Right. Under 820.45, it also specifies requirements for documenting the release of the labeling for use as it pertains to clause 4.2.5 of ISO 13485. It requires that you establish and maintain labeling and packaging operations to prevent mix-ups. Again, we're very concerned about making sure that the appropriate device is labeled so that it gets in the hands of the user, the appropriate device, as well as contain any labeling information that's needed to use that device as it's intended to be used. All right. And then you want to make sure that you document the results of those labeling inspections. All right. And as Joe has emphasized, the preamble, information in the preamble is very, very helpful. You go there and it further clarifies the regulations and the rules. There were questions as it pertains to, there are automatic labeling activities or devices that can be used, and is that acceptable or not? The regulation clarifies that while that is acceptable, you still must have a manual inspection. You don't have to inspect all of them, but you must inspect an amount, and that must be statistically valid as the standard and the regulation requires that. Okay. So now that we, got a little more deeper and got some additional information as it pertains to the future requirements or the requirements of the future QMSR, how do we navigate, to that to make sure we are implementing those effectively, right? So you want to make sure you familiarize yourself with FDA regulations and the applicable standards. You want to conduct a thorough gap analysis so that you can identify what's different about my current system that has me not complying with the new requirements. So gentlemen asked about that, what do you have to do? Can we start? Yes, you can begin doing that because you probably already are. So conduct a gap analysis, all right, and make sure you identify that. And when you do that, implement any robust documentation, implement any differences that you've identified that deems you not complying with those regulatory requirements. And then make sure you continue to foster a culture of compliance. Ensure that employees, there's a culture of compliance and everyone is continuing to monitor to make sure quality is maintained throughout your production, your design, your manufacturing, shipping of those particular devices. So let's do a quick knowledge check. Which applicable FDA regulations are you required to comply with as appropriate to fully comply with the listed ISO 13485 clauses? Is it A, Part 830? Is it B, Part 821? Is it C, Part 806, 803, and 806? Or is it D, all of the above? And I hope everyone selected all of the above because I gave you those specific examples during my presentation, right? So yes, it is all of the above. And the QMSR specifically calls those out. Second knowledge check. Material from which standard or standards is being incorporated into the QMSR by referencing? Is it A, ISO 14971? Is it B, ISO 13485? Is it C, ISO 9000, Clause 3, or is it D, B and C? Again, I hope you've been listening and selected B and C, all right? It's not ISO 14971, right? Because the regulation does not require that. In 820.7, it said it's only been approved for ISO 13485 and Clause 3 of ISO 9000, all right? So we specifically said that. Now let's just briefly review some of the similarities and differences between the now current Part 820 and then the future 820. And we've already been identifying some of those. So here are just some of the more obvious ones. The name change, right? And we know the date of issuance as well as the effective date. So the future QMSR is now the QMSR, all right? And it will become effective February 2nd, 2026. All right, and then here are some more changes as it, or differences or similarities. Mainly, all of the parts, subpart A through E are substantively similar, but now they are incorporated by reference to the standards, right? One difference is with document controls because they've added some additional requirements that the standard does not address, all right? Same here, subparts F through J of the now current quality system regulations are incorporated by reference in the future 820. So now you go to look in the standard to see what those requirements are, but make sure you address identification and traceability with regards to the other linked regulations, like making sure you implement 21 CFR 821, all right? And then again, subparts K through O of the current regulation, and as Joe indicated, those are now all withdrawn and they're now incorporated by referencing the standards, right? With these additional differences noted in labeling and packaging, as well as records and servicing. And here you have to again look at the requirements in the additional requirements under subpart B of the future 820, right? 820.35 and 820.45 for those additional requirements. All right, so then how do we adapt to these regulatory changes? You want to make sure you identify and understand the regulatory changes, conduct gap analysis, identify those differences. We've talked about this when you're navigating through it, then you can incorporate these regulatory changes. Revise any necessary processes and procedures that will incorporate those changes. Train your employees, okay, on these revised procedures. Remember, that's the current requirement. If you make any changes, you have to train them on those changes. Then implement them. Don't just identify them and train them. Make sure they're actually being implemented, which will then ensure that you are complying with the regulatory requirements. And then, of course, after they've been implemented, you have to continue to monitor them to make sure that they remain implemented and continue to be effective. All right. So here are a few resources that you can use and find helpful with trying to now navigate the new QMSR and help you with implementing those requirements. Especially the final rule, as Joe has mentioned, make sure you take time to read that preamble. It addresses those questions. It addresses the question with regards to, oh, I forgot it. The second young lady asked a question. It'll come to me. But it specifically addresses that. Okay. Then a final knowledge check. What is IBR, an acronym for in the QMSR? Investigative branch review, institutional board review, incorporation by reference, or none of the above. And I know everyone is still awake, so that you all know it is 3, incorporation by reference. So now you have a new acronym, IBR, in the QMSR, all right? So in summary, the Quality Management System Regulation, or we will affectionately call it QMSR, specifies requirements that provide assurance that devices are safe and effective. The QMSR incorporates by reference ISO 1345, the 2016 version, and Clause 3 of ISO 9000, the 2015 version. And then all the definitions in Section 201 of the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act supersede correlating definitions in ISO 1345 and Clause 3 of ISO 9000, as well as those definitions in the QMSR. Thank you, and now let's take some of your questions.
We'll start from Julia from the online question.
How does the FDA QMSR address risk management for medical devices?
Ooh, great question. I'm sure some of you may have that one too, right? Didn't really touch on it because those requirements are now referenced in the standard. And as you know, the FDA, the quality system regulation specifically had the requirement to comply with risk analysis under design controls, right? 820.30G. Although the preamble to that then regulation specified that you are still required to make risk-based decisions within your quality system regulations, such as identifying essential design controls. So now with the incorporation by reference, the standard peppers making risk-based decisions throughout. So the regulation that the agency still embraces or requires you to make risk-based decisions and to implement risk management requirements. So it's now more evident in the reference to the standard because throughout, even in production and process controls and in monitoring in the standard, they specifically call out what is make risk-based, use a risk-based approach. So in order to comply with that, you have to implement risk management activities. Thank you, Joseph.
Maybe a follow-up question to that. Does the agency anticipate incorporating any other standards by reference, for example, 14971?
What was the first part you said?
Do you anticipate adding any more ISO standards or others incorporated by reference into the regulation?
So there's always a possibility, but currently the agency does not require you to comply with, and it does not incorporate by reference any other standards. As I mentioned during my presentation, it only incorporates by reference those two standards in the preamble. It specifically clarifies that it currently does not incorporate by reference ISO 14971. Neither does the standard ISO 1345, although it mentions it and it references it, it does not require you to conduct risk management activities through use of ISO 14971. But why reinvent the wheel, right? There's already a great process with the consensus standard that has international input. So definitely can use it, but it's not a requirement. And we right now have indicated we will not, or we are not referencing that standard. Thank you. Or any other standards. Sorry.
With that, we'll take another online question.
So we got quite a few questions regarding inspections. So how will the QMSR affect an inspection, and will there be a new QSIT?
Okay, so the QSIT, if you all are not aware, came about once we issued and once the quality system regulation became effective. The agency had to develop an inspection plan because investigators were not accustomed to inspecting for design controls. And once the act or the law required, allowed us that authority to enforce design controls, we had to develop a technique for our investigators. So this is no different. The agency is in the process of revising, developing and drafting an inspection technique for our investigators because this is different. There are some different ways really in which the requirements are being implemented. So yes, we are in the process, and that's going to require a lot of efforts on both the investigators as well as the center. I think Joe mentioned that we're developing these techniques, and we will have to train our investigators and continue to train them as we currently do on the QSIT. But yes, the QSIT will be revised. I'm sure to get a new name. What that is right now, I don't know. But yes.
With that, we'll take one last question from the room.
Hi, so my question might seem a little silly, and maybe far too literal. However, when I was conducting my gap analysis, there's certain parts of the standard, the regulation that reference specific areas of the standard. For example, there's a part that references ISO 13485 Part 4. So it states you have to be compliant with Part 4. When you look at Part 4, it says in the first sentence, you must be compliant with the entire standard. So I'm wondering how literal the agency takes that, right? Do you then have to be compliant with the entire standard, or is it just referencing 4.1.1? Because 4.1 says do the whole thing, and then 4.1.1 gets into like parts of the quality management system that are relevant. And other colleagues of mine in other companies and in the same industry, they're like, no, you're taking that way too literal. But
See?
quality people, right? Yeah, you.
Great question. You know, I never leave home without it, right? So I actually have the standard here, and I will read to you, and this will hopefully answer your question. Under general requirements, it says, the organization shall document a quality management system and maintain in effectiveness in accordance with the requirements of this international standard and applicable regulatory requirements. So it really refers to applicable requirements in the standard. The standard also has a clause, and these are clause 4. The standard also has a clause that says you can request an exemption. So just like the regulation, and that was the question, I just realized it. They asked about the exemption clause in the current regulation with regards to reviewing reports. So the standard does allow one to request an exemption from any parts of the requirements, but you have to request it, and it has to be authorized to do so. So with regards to the regulation, I'll answer this last question. In the preamble, it specifically addresses that. Yes, the current quality system regulation has that exception where we will not review quality audits, internal audits, servicing records, because we wanted you to feel comfortable with conducting those to get the best bang for your buck with those. However, we have decided not to implement that exemption. We will go with what the standard is doing, which they do request and require you to provide that information, because FDA has determined that there's no current burden for you to do so. You're already doing it, especially those that are marketing products here in the US as well as in the other world. And in order to comply with ISO, you have to provide that. So we've decided that since you already do it, it would not be a burden. So we have opted to not to remove that exception clause for that reason. Right.
With that, that's our last question. I'm going to turn it over to Tonya for your call to action.
So your call to action is to embrace these continuous efforts of harmonization, familiarize yourself with the final rules of UMSR, ISO 1345, ISO 9000, and then conduct a gap analysis of your current procedures to identify any gaps in meeting the regulatory requirements for implementing an effective quality management system. And then finally, engage in continuous training on implementing the QMSR. Thank you.
Thank you, Tonya. We're going to now take a break. Before we break, 2 things. One, if you came here today and you have not signed up yet, please go to the front desk and sign up. And then 2, note that we have a CDRH booth just outside these doors. Spend some time talking to the folks there and getting to know them. Any type of information or questions you have, we'll be happy to take them offline. Thank you. Their seats. And hopefully everybody online is back at their computers or TVs or however you're viewing us from. So we have 2 talks before we get to lunch. So the first one of these talks is UDI for patient safety and transformation. So this is going to be a great talk. We have now the UDI program has had some maturity over the years. It's come a long way since 2012. And for this, we have one of our experts here, Indira Konduri. Indira is the Deputy Director for the Division of Regulatory Programs, or DRP3, in the Office of Regulatory Programs, ORP and OPAC. Indira is responsible for leading the UDI program, and she has quite the background and expertise on this, and has some great CDRH Learn modules up there about that, and oversees medical device adverse events, recalls, and the medical devices allegations program. Indira joined FDA in 2000 as an IT specialist. She later became the Chief of Information Analysis Branch, where she initiated and led successful launch of electronic medical device reporting, the EMDR, which now in industry, you should all know that that's a requirement that you have to file through EMDR. From 2010 to 11, Indira worked at the Health Resources and Service Administration, HRSA, as the Chief of the Compliance Branch in the Division of Practitioner Data Banks. And then after returning to CDRH in 2011, Indira worked on the UDI program and served as a program manager for the Global Unique Device Identification Database, or the Good ID, up until 2019. Then she worked at ORA working on the imports process for the ACE and the IWS system. And then her work experience also includes software engineering at Verizon and as a medical technologist at 2 community hospital laboratories. Indira has a BS in Clinical Laboratory Science from the University of Nevada, Reno, and a Master's of Science in Information Systems and Accounting from Virginia Polytechnic Institute and State University. So with that, please welcome Indira.
Well, hello, everybody. Good morning, like Tonya said, good evening, good afternoon, wherever everybody is. It's a pleasure to be here today to talk about UDI for patient safety and transformation. Let's see, there we go. So UDI program, UDI stands for Unique Device Identifier. And really the potential for UDI is it enables us through accurate device identification to really unlock the silos of data and information that exist not only within FDA, but also everywhere, and help us really take information and transform really patient safety and patient care. So hopefully through this presentation, you will see how that's possible and what the potential of UDI, the UDI program is. So in this session, we will start with a very quick overview of the key UDI rule requirements, give you an update on the UDI program status today, and then talk about some of the work that we're doing to really push UDI adoption and implementation moving forward. So let's start with the rule requirements. The UDI rule's been around now for 10 plus years. It was published in September 24 of 2013. So hopefully most of you are familiar with the rule requirements, but the intent really was to establish a system to really adequately identify devices throughout distribution and use. Prior to the UDI rule being put in place, devices were still being identified, but with proprietary identifiers, catalog numbers, SKU numbers, item numbers, so on and so forth. And we'll talk about where that is in the larger medical device ecosystem. But the UDI rule intent was to move away from those proprietary identifiers to a more standardized identifier, which is what UDI is. And the standardization allows for consistent identification throughout the supply chain. And the two key rule requirements are that device label, device packages, and sometimes on the device itself must have a UDI, and that device identification data be submitted to the Global Unique Device Identification Database. So what does the FDA intend to achieve? What are some key high-level objectives of the UDI program? First of all, as I mentioned, accurate identification, right? We don't want proprietary identifiers. So once you leave that proprietary system, the meaning of that identifier is lost, and that leads to an ambiguity. So with the UDI, we want to have rapid and accurate identification that's consistent throughout, and it allows us to document device use when it's used on a patient. And this is really important for us because we're now moving to real-world data capture, real-world evidence space, and having that real UDI captured accurately will enable accurate reporting, inclusion of UDI in adverse event reports and recalls, enabling efficient and effective management of recalls. And we'll talk about some of these things and how we're using the UDI program to achieve, where we are with some of these goals. So what is a UDI? So as I mentioned, it's a standardized device identifier. It's composed essentially of two main pieces. One is a device identifier, identified in yellow on your slide, and then there is a production identifier, which is in green. The device identifier identifies a version or a model of a device, and the labeler often is the manufacturer of a device. And so if there is a stent that has 4 different versions, there would be 4 different UDI DIs for it. So each version or a model would be uniquely identified. And we'll talk about how that will really help in measuring device performance as the device evolves over time from version to version and new features and functionalities are added to a medical device. The production identifiers really help us understand how is this device manufactured, how is the production managed, things such as is it lot or batch or is it serial number? So when there is a recall, you know what to look for to pull the device off the shelf. And the UDI is required to be in human readable format, which are those numbers you see on the barcode. And also the requirement is that it needs to be a scannable barcode. So you can scan the device at the patient bedside and capture the information in the electronic health record. So the other key requirement is the submission of data to the Global Unique Device Identification Database, or what we call the GoodID. And GoodID is really a catalog of device identification information for all devices that are required to comply with the UDI rule and that are distributed in the US. So the data in GoodID should match really whatever the data is on the medical device labeling. And the GoodID only contains the UDI DI. So going back to that stent example, if there are 4 stents with 4 different versions, there will be 4 records in the GoodID database, each one identifying a version or a model of a device. It won't have the PI information, but if you put full UDI together, the DI and the PI would give you every single stent in every single patient. But I will tell you, manufacturer changes in what you had already submitted to GoodID about a particular device, the regulation requires that you come and you maintain your data, you update the information so it's always current and available for patients and consumers to use. Things such as obsoleted GMDN codes. The rule requires that global medical device nomenclature codes be submitted to GoodID, and if the GMDN code is obsoleted, the requirement is that you keep up and maintain that. commercial distribution end date. If you stop distributing version 1 of your stent, you need to come to Good ID and say, I'm no longer marketing this particular stent. And if you change customer contact information, these are just some examples, but anytime any of the data you submit to Good ID, if it changes, the expectation is that you update it. So what is the current status of the UDI program? So as of now, as of December 2022, all compliance dates for all devices for UDI requirements have passed. That means every device entering the market, if the UDI rule requirements apply, must have UDI on the label and data submitted to Good ID. We do have one or two extensions or exceptions in place. A notable one is UDI for soft contact lens. We have an indefinite extension in place. We are working to address this and hope to lift this extension soon. But this is the biggest one outside of this. The UDI infrastructure essentially is in place. And all the data that we have about 4 million records in the Good ID, 4.3 million records. All of the data is available for users, and we have ability to download the data. We have APIs enabling you to pull data automatically by sending queries to our website. All of this is available for users, and you will be able to see all releasable information, and most of the data that you submit is releasable. Here, just showing you some usage data just for the month of April. You see that we had more than 116,000 unique users, and Good ID data is used across the globe. And our download and API usage, we had more than 2,000 users who download our files last month. And the API request is really high with almost close to 4.5 million users using our lookup API, where they send a UDI and they get all the information about that particular UDI DI downloaded. We have OpenFDA, which is another place where we do have Good ID data. This is more amenable to those of you who are more into programming and want to do more data downloads and analysis. This is available also on OpenFDA website, and the UDI is an endpoint on that website. So time for a quick knowledge check. Which of these does the UDI DI identify? Is the UDI DI a device fingerprint? Is it the device version or a model, or device version or a model on the labeler of the device, or does it give you device production data, such as lot batch, serial number, expiration, and manufacturing date? How many of you think it's option 3? Yeah, great, thank you. Yeah, it's device version or a model and the labeler of the device. That's what the UDI DI does, but the UDI PI is the one for number 4. So moving on. So the infrastructure in place, the expectation is there. It's been 10 years. Everybody gets what this program is, hopefully. So what's next for the program? What are we working on right now? Really, the focus is on using the data that we have and really working to promote UDI adoption throughout the healthcare ecosystem. So I'll first start talking about what we're doing within CDRH with the UDI program, and then we'll talk a little bit more about UDI usage throughout the healthcare ecosystem. So to start off in CDRH, our focus is to utilize Good ID as sort of the master data for device identification. And what we really expect out of this from all of you as labelers, manufacturers, is when you get a device approved by FDA, you register and list that device, and then you're required to submit data to Good ID before you go into commercial distribution. So you're telling us, here is the identification information about a device I'm putting on the market. Now, after that, you come to CDRH and you give us decisions because that if you hear from us. So why is this important? UDI, DI, as I said, gives you specificity to the version or a model and the ability to see how a device has evolved over time. This is very important to aggregate adverse events and say, this is what version 1 did, version 2, version 3, how did the device perform? Really that the number of adverse events coming in with UDI has consistently increased. We're now close to 80% of them. So thank you. Please continue to provide that, include the full UDI, and make sure that you for all the parentheses and symbols. So Gen 1 had material A, Gen 2, they introduced a new graft material. But if you notice on row 2 on the table there, the brand name of the device did not change. The brand name remained they continue to call it device A. And then later they introduced Gen 3, same new material B, and then they changed the brand name under Gen 3. So here in FDA, we're looking at how the different versions of this generation of these devices working. Now, we first looked at it. There was a total data set of MDRs with UDI and without UDI. Then we took that and said, let's look at the adverse events based on brand name. Because the brand name did not change between Gen 1 and Gen 2, the Gen 1 brand name, we were only able to put it into 2 buckets based on brand name, Gen 1 and Gen 3. But there was a critical change made between Gen 1 and Gen 2 with that material. So once we brought UDI, we were able to get 3 clear buckets of adverse events, and we were really able to see how the device performed as the device evolved from Gen 1 to Gen 3. So having UDI is really important. This just shows you how we were able to. We initially started out with about 1,800 adverse events attributed to Gen 2, but once we brought UDI into play, we were able to clearly distinguish the 3 different generations, providing more insights really for our reviewers. And this type of information is really what's transformative for patient safety and helps us make better regulatory decisions. The other important area we're using UDI right now is looking at device recalls. Again, similar to MDRs, the number of recalls coming in with UDI has consistently increased. We're now at 96% of recall submissions, so thank you again. Please continue to include UDIs when you submit your recall information. We do release this publicly. And we also encourage you to please include UDI on any recall communications you post, independent of what we do on the FDA side, because we've heard from patients that this is really helpful to them. We're also including UDI in any safety-related communications, and we put out a lot of safety comms from the FDA. Anytime we find a particular safety comm is appropriate for inclusion of UDI, that goes out as well. So you may hear from us about asking you specific questions about a particular device and asking you for details. Now, in all of these cases, we will be looking at your data in GoodID. If there are discrepancies in GoodID, we'll be asking you to update those and review those. So it's very essential you keep up your GoodID data. The other big focus for us, of course, is UDI compliance. Up to now, we were mostly in training mode. Let's help everybody understand the requirements. Let's help everybody implement the requirements. Now the focus is let's make sure that the requirements are implemented correctly, because it's been 10 years. See, is there a UDI on the label? And is it properly formed? Is it usable? And is there data in good ID? Is the data complete, accurate, and usable? So we'll be looking at that. And we're also looking at all the listings. You all register on list before you put devices on the market. We're looking to see how many listings are there and are there associated DI records in good ID. If there aren't, then is UDI requirement applicable to that? If UDI requirements apply, then we'll be looking to see if there are good ID DI records. If not, you might hear from us for those as well. And also the UDI that you submit in MDRs and recalls. We are looking to see if the data aligns, as I mentioned, against the good ID. And UDI is now included as part of routine inspections. So if you have an inspector coming, they will definitely be asking you about UDI compliance. And the same thing goes to any imported medical devices. We're also having UDI being included in any import screening that we do. They'll be looking for UDI requirements as well. So that's sort of high level what's happening, high level activities that we're focusing on at CDRH. Moving to the larger healthcare ecosystem, on the top, on the top right at 12 o'clock, you see that the FDA device review and approval occurs. Then the UDI is on the label, data is in access good ID. Now it's up to you, the manufacturer, you're going to distribute the product. We're seeing an uptick in having UDI used for supply chain transactions. We are encouraging and doing outreach with hospitals and distributors to start using UDI for inventory management, for capturing of UDI during patient care. So when there is a device used for a patient care, we're encouraging them to use it and also use UDI for recalls. And we do all this because, as we mentioned, when we come to 9 o'clock there, you see eventual goal is better capture of device data in adverse event, in registries and claims transactions. All of this then feeds back to us. We're sitting at FDA having a stent version 5 in front of us, asking for approval. Well, we want real world data to really see, does it make sense for us to approve this stent version 5 or not? So that's where really the potential for patient safety transformation comes into play with UDI. And UDI is a very hot topic globally as well. All the countries in dark red that you see on the left side have a UDI regulation in place, and we are working with our global partners on harmonizations and the more challenging implementation questions. We're really working with them. And on the right-hand side, you see the countries listed that are in light blue, though they are all having UDI regulation under development. So a lot of activity going on for UDI. So time for a knowledge check. So there is a magic device company that sells backache go away device. All right, and there are models 1, 2, and 3. 2 are currently on the market, and they are ready to launch Model 3. And they also want to, sunset Model 1. So should they make any updates to the global unique device identification database? So no, they already have data for Model 1 in good ID. No updates are needed. No, they have to update Model 1. If you remember, when data changes in good ID, you need to update it. So they need to enter a commercial distribution end date. So the status for Model 1 will say, this model is no longer in commercial distribution. And they also need to enter a new record for Model 3. So what do you think the answer is? Show of hands. How many of you think the answer is D, both B and C? Yeah, so thank you. Update to good ID, both when you have a new model and also changes to your existing information is important. So in summary, the 2 key requirements of the UDI final rule are device label, device package, and sometimes the device itself must have a UDI, and device identification data needs to be submitted to the good ID. And remember the focus, we are focusing on UDI compliance, making sure that the requirements of UDI are implemented correctly. And our other focus, honestly, is really focusing on adoption and implementation. We want UDI to be used for device identification throughout the supply chain. We want UDI to be captured when there is patient care. So really, we can get to the intent of the UDI program, which is truly patient safety, right? Improving and enhancing patient safety. So I think that brings me to the end of my presentation. Here are some of the resources that I have cited in the presentation. I do want to call out to you, we have a help desk that you can write to us if you have any questions. And of course, we have the UDI website with a lot of information as well. I think we're up to questions now.
Yep. Thank you, Indira. So if anyone has any questions, please come up to the mic. I know we've already gotten some questions online. So Joseph, if you can give us our first question from the online audience.
Can you Hello?
There you are.
Can you further elaborate on global medical device nomenclature codes? What are they and how are they used?
Absolutely. So the global medical device nomenclature codes are, they are a way to categorize medical devices. So you will be able to put them into different buckets, whether a device is an implant device or a device is a cardiac device. So global medical device nomenclature provides a little more granularity compared to FDA product codes, which I assume most of you are familiar with. They really help us put them into buckets, into that widget that is actually being transacted upon, as opposed to the product code would tell you it's a spinal system, but the global medical device nomenclature will tell you this is a bone screw, orthopedic screw that's sterile or non-sterile. So that's what the GMDN does. The GMDN codes are maintained by the GMDN agency, and they do tend to obsolete codes, introduce new codes. So that's a frequent update that happens to your Good ID DI record. So a good practice would be to review your GMDN codes and your Good ID DI record assignments each month or each quarter, and make sure you replace any obsoleted codes with updated codes. The GMDN agency does notify those of you who have a membership, and membership is free now. So definitely make sure you do that. And those of you who use FDA preferred term codes instead of GMDN codes, we introduced those only because the GMDN membership, there was a membership fee for GMDN. GMDN is free now, so if you're using FDA PT codes, we recommend you transition to GMDN. And if a GMDN code is obsoleted, the FDA PT code will be obsoleted as well. So I'm happy to answer any questions if you have later today on this particular topic.
Thank you. For our first in-house question.
Currently, CMS does not require UDI and claims data, and that seems to be an impediment to getting it into electronic health records and a lot of other places, and therefore has some impediments in analyzing patient safety and all of that stuff. Do you anticipate that eventually CMS will change its mind, even though it hasn't over the previous years?
Yeah, no, great question. Thank you. I didn't go too much into that part of the UDI work that we're doing, but we are working very closely with CMS to promote inclusion of UDI in claims. We do think that that will be the tipping point that will help UDI capture at the point of care. That's really what we're pushing for. I think if you are, looks like you are following that space, so you know that the National Committee recommended to hold on the adoption of the XBAL standard that has UDI capture capability. But we are hopeful that it will move forward. It's a question of perhaps when will it happen? I don't think it's a question of if it will happen. There is enough momentum there, but just, it would have been nice had we had that move forward last year in June, but the decision wasn't, favorable to what we were promoting for. But we're really continuing to work in that space, advocating for that to move forward.
Thank you, Indira. With that, we'll take an online question.
What if we can't fit the human readable portion of the UDI on the product that is required to have a UDI marking? What about if we can't fit the entire UDI?
Is this for direct mark? Is that the question?
I believe so.
If it's a direct mark and you're unable to fit the entire UDI in there, the direct mark regulation actually allows for, I believe there are 4 allowed exceptions in the rule, 801.45. You need to take a look at that to see if it's technologically infeasible. That is one clause that is provided. And that the rule specifies when you can claim that and what requirements there are to document your decision for technological infeasibility. If there is, if you have a specific question, you can always send it to the FDA UDI help desk.
With that, we'll take an in-house question.
So you've talked about UDI-DI and UDI-PI, which we use on labeling. The one that caught me by as far as a few months ago, which isn't used on labeling, is basic UDI or global model number. Can you touch a bit on the value it has to FDA, and or if, because we've been getting by without it, so we went by and was quickly reassigning it.
Right. So. You're referring to basic UDI-DI under the EU MDR, right?
Right.
Yep. So, the EU has taken a different approach in how they implemented UDI versus I think a lot of the other countries that I showed you on the global UDI landscape slide. They're the only ones I think that have the basic UDI. I think we've managed okay without it. And if you're following, you would also know that even for contact lens, soft contact lens, they've introduced another one called Master UDI-DI. So standardization is good, but after working in standards for many years, sometimes a lot of standards require you to end up mapping and it becomes more confusion. So I think for our system that we have in place, our system has really played out really well. After being part of it for 10 years, I'm happy to say we made some great calls, and I think it's worked out well for us. So I don't believe we need the basic UDI, at least from a US perspective. I think our system as we've implemented is working for us fairly well for the most part. So.
With that, we'll take an online question.
In the case, the manufacturer and labeler are different entities. Which one is responsible for UDI and good ID entries? Can this responsibility be delegated to one or the other?
I think the definition of the labeler, in fact, incorporates manufacturers. So a manufacturer can be a labeler, and the labeler is very specifically defined in the UDI regulation. I mean, we can look at your particular situation and perhaps give you a more specific answer if we have the full details, as opposed to me giving you a random answer at this point.
There are no other in-house questions. We'll go back to another online.
The Global Unique Device Identification Database allows submission of FDA preferred term codes in lieu of global medical device nomenclature codes. Do the code obsolescence impact the FDA PT codes?
Yeah, I actually spoke about this. So if you are using FDA PT codes in lieu of GMDN codes, our recommendation at this point is to really transition to using GMDN codes. They are free. GMDN membership is free. If you are a member, a paid member, they will inform you when code's obsolete. But even if you're not, you'll be able to go check your status. So if the GMDN code obsoletes and you're using FDA PT codes, the FDA PT codes will obsolete as well. So really, you need to have a process in place to ensure that your DI records and good ID are up to date, and they don't need any updates. And if they do need updates, you should make sure that you put them in. And as I've shown you today, we definitely are looking at the data, not only as an FDA, it's being used worldwide. And as one of the questions here alluded, if things do move forward in terms of using UDI in claims, there will be a lot more demand for the data that you have in good ID. So you should really think of it as a competitive advantage to have clean and good, reliable data. So healthcare providers can come, look and see, which manufacturers are making a particular type of device they're looking for. So different way to think about regulatory requirement.
Okay. With that, we'll take another online question.
If a device will only be distributed as a pack, is a UDI required for each individual unit?
If a device is only distributed as a pack, We define in our documentation what is a basic package for a device. So the base package must have a UDI. So if your base package is a package of 1, you'll have a UDI on that base package. Now, if your base package is a package of 5, you will still have to have a UDI on the base package of 5, but we'll also be asking you to identify a unit of use DI, which is a virtual identifier to identify each device within that package.
Thank you, Indira. And with that, we'll take one more online question before we get to the call to action.
What other common changes do we need to keep in mind that will entail updates to the Good ID device identifier records?
In addition to the GMDN codes that we talked about, we also talked about updating your records when there is commercial distribution end date. If you stop selling a device, it's good for you need to come and put in your commercial distribution end date. So the data is updated about a particular model. Additionally, there is a lot of contact information. You all have people in your organization who have access to your Good ID data. So make sure you review the users in your organization who have access to data. Make sure, if employees leave, don't forget the access that they have for Good ID for your organization's data. So you need to keep updated that information also in addition to the DI information.
With that, we'll turn it over to you for your last thoughts on call to action.
Great. So the call to action, I need to forward the slide. So really your call to action is think about now meeting the intent of the UDI rule. Perhaps you were in a hurry-burry to meet the deadline and the compliance requirement. Time to pause and really think about, did you all meet the intent of the UDI rule? Is your data complete, accurate, usable, and helpful to patients and consumers? And think about data that may not be required in Good ID, but that's really critical for UDI adoption. Things such as catalog numbers, customer contact information, and having full and complete device descriptions so patients know what your device is actually useful for. And we talked about commercial distribution end date. I also want to call out the UDI symbol, which is recognized by ISO 15223. There are many barcodes on any packages that we all receive day to day. Having the UDI symbol incorporated into your barcode for UDI would really help healthcare providers know what exactly to scan and what exactly is a UDI barcode versus many other barcodes that may be on a package. And with that, I thank you all for your attention. You've been a great audience.
Thank you, Indira. Going back to that bullet too, remember, not just for the patients, you can use that UDI information to look for similar devices, feed that into your risk with regards to your device types to help build that next iteration when we talk about innovation. So we're constantly collecting information. We're constantly collecting MDR information, recall information. UDI is a great way to utilize that to collect all that information to feed in to better improve and better innovate your own devices. So great talk, Indira. Thank you. Up next, we have another great talk. Ruth Bediakoh is going to talk about global market innovation with medical device export certificates. So Ruth is a consumer safety officer in the post-market branch and post-market and consumer branch in DICE. She works to educate and inform the medical device and radiological health industry on its regulatory requirements for both marketing and post-market of medical devices and radiation emitting products. Ruth has been with FDA since 2015. Before joining DICE in 2019, she was an export certificate reviewer. So she's going to talk about export certificates and has done the export certificate review for medical devices. Prior to that, she was a regulatory health project manager in FDA's Center for Tobacco Products. Ruth has a Bachelor's of Science from Penn State University. Please welcome Ruth.
Good morning. Thanks for being here. Millions of medical devices are manufactured globally to assist with the delivery of medical services each year. To enter foreign markets, an establishment must know what the regulatory requirements are and abide by them to facilitate trade. In our quickly growing global supply chain, companies must be prepared to provide the necessary documents needed to enter foreign markets. The picture depicted here shows the moving parts of foreign trade across the globe. The case serve as a crucial documentation facilitating the global distribution and understanding the role of medical devices is essential for medical devices who are seeking to expand the medical device international market, while also ensuring that product safety and regulatory compliances are met. By the end of this presentation, I hope that I can provide you information on how to get medical devices into the global markets while you're utilizing medical device export certificates. During this presentation, I will review background information about the export certificates program. I will also identify the types of export certificates that CDRH issues for medical devices. We will then turn our focus onto one type of export certificate, the CFG-NE, and the conditions for requesting it. And then finish by discussing the latest innovative measures implemented by CDRH to help foster global trade and streamline the export process for the medical device industry. Let's begin by then discussing the background information on export certificates. But before we do that, let's define what an export certificate is. An export certificate is a document prepared by the FDA that contains information about a product and or an establishment's regulatory or marketing status. The marketing status of this indicates that the device can be either marketed in the US or it cannot be marketed in the US. The marketing status also determines the type of export certificates an establishment can request. An export certificate also certifies in writing that the exported device, and this includes radiation-emitting electronic products that are medical devices, meets specific requirements, FDA requirements in the US. Now that we know what an export certificate is, I want to stress the point that an export certificate is not needed to export your medical devices. However, in the same as the US government has regulatory requirements in place for products that enter our ports, so do foreign countries. So frequently, a foreign government or customer will request documentation or certification from the regulatory body, and in this case, the FDA, to show proof of the product's marketing status in the US. Such compliance will be requirements of the quality system regulation or the new quality management system regulation. They may also require the export certificate as part of the process to register the medical device in their country. To assist the medical device industry with foreign trade, the FDA Export Reform and Enhancement Act of 1996 authorized the FDA to issue export certificates upon request, and also to charge a fee for issuing such certificates if it's issued within 20 days. The general law or authority for exporting medical devices can be found in Sections 801A1 and 802 of the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, or the FD&C Act. Section 801A1 of the Act is applicable to all medical devices that can not be sold in the US and intended for export. Section 802 of the Act says the requirements for unapproved Class 3 devices and Class 2 devices that are required to meet performance standards. So if you make class 3 devices and class 2 devices that are required to meet performance standards, you are required to comply with both Section 801E1 and applicable parts of Section 802. I want you to also know that prior FDA approval or authorization is not needed when you start exporting your medical devices. And this goes for devices that can be legally marketed in the US or devices that cannot be legally marketed in the US. So if all your devices are legally in the markets in the US, you can export it anywhere in the world without seeking FDA's approval or authorization. And then Sections 801E1 and Section 802 of the Act will not apply to you. But if your devices cannot be marketed in the US, then you must comply with applicable parts of the Act under Section 801E1 and 802. In addition, devices that are not legally marketed in the US or for exports only are required to be labeled and shipped, labeled on the packaging of the device that is intended for export or is for exports only. There are also record-keeping requirements when you export under Section 801E1 and 802 of the Act. And this can be found in Title 21 of the Code of Federal Regulation, Parts 1 and 101. Records are very important for demonstrating that you are compliant when you export under Section 801E1 and 802. So be sure to maintain your records as it may be requested for during an FDA inspection. Now that we know what the background is for export certificates and the definition of what an export certificate is, let's now discuss the type of export certificates that CDRH issues for the export of medical devices. As I already said, an export certificate is a document that is prepared by FDA that contains the information about the product's marketing status in the US. The first certificate that CDRH issues for exporting medical devices is a certificate to foreign government, or a CFG. It is for the export of devices that are legally marketed in the US. So these devices will have a 510K, PMA, a de novo classification request, or an HDE, or it could be exempt from 510K as well. As I mentioned, you do not need an export certificate in order to export your legally marketed devices in the US. However, if the foreign country requires that you have an export certificate to demonstrate compliance with the FDA regulations, you may request a CFG for those legally marketed devices. CDRH also issues a certificate of exportability under Section 801E1 or C801. This is for the export of Class 1 and Class 2 medical devices that are not legally marketed in the US and do not comply with the requirements of the Act, but can be exported under Section 801E1. We also issue the certificate of exportability under Section 802 or C802. Unapproved Class 3 devices and Class 2 medical devices that are required to meet performance standards can be exported under Section 802 of the Act if certain conditions are met. This includes investigational devices and unapproved Class 3 devices and Class 2 devices that did not obtain a PMA approval. We also have the Non-Clinical Research Use Only Certificate, or NCR. This is for the export of a product, a material, or component for non-clinical research use only that is not intended for human use, but they are legally marketed in the US. Please be aware that for these 4 certificates that we just discussed, the devices must be exported from the United States. And at the time of the request, the requester and the establishments and the certificates certify in writing that the devices will be exported from the United States. Finally, we have the certificate to foreign governments for devices not exported from the United States, or the TFG-ME. As I just discussed, the other 4 certificates, all devices must be exported from the United States. So until recently, if you wanted a CFG and you made your devices in a foreign country, you had to ship them to the US in order to get a CFG. But recently, the foreign governments don't have to do that anymore because the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2023 amended Section 801E of the FDAC Act. And this then modified the agency's authority to issue certain certificates. So now CDRH may issue CFG and E for medical devices manufactured outside of the US and are shipped from a foreign country to another foreign country, that if some conditions are met. And the request of a CFG and E can either be a domestic establishment or a foreign establishment. Let's take a quick knowledge check here. FDA requires that you obtain export certificates for exporting your medical devices. True or false? The answer is false. As I mentioned, an export certificate is not needed, and you do not also have to get FDA's authorization to export your medical devices. If the foreign country requests some kind of documentation or certification, you may then request a certificate from the FDA. Here's another one. A CFG can be used to export devices from one foreign country to another foreign country. True or false? The answer is false. A CFG can only be used to export devices from the US to other foreign countries. A CFG and E can be used to export devices from one foreign country to another foreign country. Let's continue to review what the requirements are for each requesting the new type of certificate that the CDRH issues, the CFG and E. For CDRH to issue a certificate to foreign governments for devices not exported from the United States, the requesting establishment must certify at the time of their request that each device or devices that appears on the certificate is manufactured by an establishment located outside of the United States. They must also certify that each establishment is currently registered, and each establishment has identified each of the medical devices that appears on the certificate, or has listed each of the medical devices that appears on the certificate with the FDA. Additionally, they must certify that each device identified is authorized to be marketed in the US. This means that the device has a 510K, has a PMA, it has a de novo classification request, has been granted a de novo classification request, or has an HDE, or is exempt from 510K submission. The requester must also certify that each device is imported or offered for import into the US. Since the device meets regulatory requirements in the US, at any given time, it can be imported into the US without any issues. The requester must also certify that each device identified is not subject of an open import alert, recall, seizure, injunction, or the subject of any other enforcement action initiated by the FDA. They also certify that establishments involved in the manufacturing process, if applicable, have been identified. And this will include all your specification developers, your contract manufacturers, your contract sterilizers, and any other manufacturers. Finally, the requester must certify that the requesting establishment and all establishments involved in the manufacturing process are operating in substantial compliance with the current good manufacturing practice requirements of the FDAC Act for the identified device. In addition to CDRH issuing a CFG-NE for the export of medical devices from one foreign country to another foreign country, there are a few innovative measures put in place to help expedite the export process in the medical device industry, and we'll review those now. As of January 2nd of this year, 2024, CDRH only issues export certificates electronically as downloadable PDFs. The center believes that the change from paper to PDF export certificates will improve efficiency in issuing certificates, while also reducing the amount of time it takes for requesters to receive their certificates, and also will reduce environmental burden. This is a very good thing that I know industry will benefit from. As I work at the export certificates as a reviewer, frequently we'll have requesters ask if we could print the certificates and then send them a scanned copy. And back then we were issuing them as hard copies, so we couldn't do that. And in most cases, they will be at the port and they will need this document immediately, and we couldn't do that for them. So this is a very good thing that we can do now for industry. So since we are no longer printing these certificates, how will industry get them? Once CDRH receives, reviews, and approves a certificate request, the requester will receive an email notification of approval with detailed instructions on how to access and print the certificate. A one-time access will be granted to print or download the document within 45 days of issuance. After 45 days, the document will no longer be available to print or download. If you are still in need of the certificates after those 45 days, you will have to resubmit a new application for review and for issuance. And you will have to pay for the one you couldn't print and the new one as well. CDRH has also made it easier for foreign governments and customers to validate their certificates without the need for an account. Certificates now will display QR code on in the bottom corner of the certificate, and that can be used to validate the authenticity of the certificate easily and quickly. Have you certificate before an export certificate? 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is what the certificate looks like. This is actually a CFG, Certificate to Foreign Government, and we'll have the barcode in the bottom and the gold seal. And this is the certificate's up close. I think she'll zoom in. It used to be printed on money paper, not anymore. So the new addition is in the bottom right corner, the QR code next to the golden seal. And here it is zoomed out. Those attending online can actually scan this barcode and try to validate or authenticate the certificate. I'm not sure if you guys can, but somebody's trying. Are you able to? Oh, it's too small behind you. It's too small. Okay. All right, so once you scan the QR code on the golden, next to the golden seal, this first export certificate validator will pop up, and then you will then enter the certificate number. You will have the certificate in front of you. Somebody will give you a certificate. So you will have the certificate in front of you, and you're trying to validate the certificate. You will then enter the certificate number and then click on submit. Once you click on submit, if everything is accurate, this page will come up. So this is for the foreign governments or foreign customers, as well as anybody in here who will be doing business with somebody that they need them to issue them a certificate for the products that they maybe manufacture. If this page comes up and the watermark will say for verification purposes only. This is not to be printed and used as an export certificate. It is only for verification purposes only. Now, if you enter the information to the validator and there's an issue, this page will come up with a highlighted portion in the middle saying that no certificate matches the search criteria, and it could be due to an error in the entered criteria or the certificate has expired. Each certificate issued is valid for 2 years from the date of issuance, 24 months. So if you enter the certificate number and you get this highlighted notice, either recheck the certificate number and re-enter it, or check the date on the certificate to verify if it has expired. But if you've verified everything and it should be accurate, then that means that certificate is not a valid certificate issued by the CDRH. Here's an knowledge check. Which certificate type can a non-US establishment request from the FDA? Is it a C801, that is a certificate of exportability under Section 801? Is it a CFG-NE, a certificate of foreign government for devices not exported from the US? Or a CFG, a certificate of foreign government? Is to, as we discussed, for a C801 or for certificate of foreign government, a certificate of exportability under sections 801, E1, and 802, and the NCR certificate, non-clinical research use only certificates, the requester must be a domestic establishment. Only a CFG-NE can be requested by both a US establishment and a non-US based establishment. Here are some resources on the exports program for you to refer to. In summary, an export certificate is not needed when you start or when you decide to export your medical devices to foreign markets. But it's very important, as most times foreign governments or foreign customers will ask for you to supply proof of the product's marketing status as regulated by the FDA. CDRH now issues a CFG-NE certificate for devices manufactured in a foreign country and shipped to another foreign country if the devices can be legally marketed in the US and some conditions are met. And all medical device certificates are now issued electronically as downloadable PDFs for the medical device industry to be able to receive the certificates quickly and to foster international trade. I'll take any questions now.
Joe, are you here? If our company is thinking about exporting our devices to a new country or region, how would we know if we need a certificate or not? Do we request?
You decide to start exporting a medical device, the best thing to do is to figure out what that country requires from you. In most cases, that FDA issues, but some may not. But FDA can also not tell you what another jurisdiction may require. So we do get this question a lot, where people are always asking, I'm trying to export into Japan. What do I need to get into Japan? We can't tell you what Japan will ask from you to supply proof of the product's marketing status. It's always, but we always tell our stakeholders, please reach out to that country. You may have an initial importer in that country, like you would have if you were coming to the US. Ask that customer, ask that initial importer to find out from you, for you, what do I need to enter this market? What kind of documentation or specification do I need to enter the markets? But we cannot tell you. You may also request a certificate and just have that, maybe one, have it hold, just in case the country that can take that certificate or require some kind of documentation to show that to show proof of the product's marketing status in the US.
Okay. Thank you, Ruth. Our next question we'll take from in-house.
Yes. Is there any advantage to have an export certificate when you're exporting to Canada where we have a free trade agreement?
The certificate is just to prove to the foreign country that the products are legally marketed in the US or Canada. I'm not really sure people do use it for Canada, but I have seen people request it and they have listed Canada on it for. I can't tell you the benefits of it. It's possible that they would take it, it's possible they may overlook it because it's not needed, but
It can't hurt.
it wouldn't hurt to have it just in case it's asked.
Thank you.
That will take a next online question.
Many countries require FDA export certificates to be apostilled or legalized. Are there any plans for FDA to provide notarized electronic certificates and/or collaborate with the State Department to facilitate this process?
Good question. So we used to do that, but not anymore. We have CDRH standards for 5 years. But now if you want to get your certificate of passport or have a stamp on it or have another authenticator on it, you have to go to the State Department. Have that person email the IC about that. There may be a little bit more to it that we can have some experts see themselves about that, but they can get that passport from the State Department. And we do have a form on the export certificates website for apostling the certificate that they can use to fill out and send to the State Department or Department of State.
Okay, thank you, Ruth. If anyone wants to come up to the microphone, please come up. Otherwise, we're going to take our next question from online.
We are a medical device company and we have foreign clients who sometimes ask for free sale certificates. Can this be requested from CDRH? And is this request process the same as the other certificates talked about today?
Thanks for that question. We get this question about also the word free sale certificate. As I just discussed, there are only 5 certificates that we issue for medical devices: the CFG, the CFG-NE, the C801, 802, and then the NCR certificate. A free sale certificate, if I'm not wrong, are issued for food products by the Center for Food Safety and Applied Nutrition System and the Center for Veterinary Medicine, for animal products. So a free sale certificate cannot be issued for medical device. It probably will be a CFG, the device in the market in the US. And if it's not, they can review the sections 801, 801, and 802 to see whether the product will fall and request the certificate.
We have a question in-house.
So for clinical products, they're exempt or some clinical products are exempt from GMP, but I looked on to the section 820 for the certificate and it says that manufacturer must establish a GMP regulation. So can you talk about that differences?
So if the device is supposed to have is supposed to meet GMP requirements, I don't think we'll affect the certificate per se. I'm not sure what. Can you explain what GMP is? Anything especially for GMP?
Good manufacturing practice.
Yeah, most devices, unless they're exempt from it,
Yeah.
it would not affect the certificate. So if it's a class 3 device or a class 2 device that's required to perform standards, then you will request an able to, you cannot request a certificate for the kind of able.
Okay, thanks.
Does that help?
Okay. And you'd mentioned you were talking about clinical products, right? Like IDE type product. Okay.
Oh, those are no certificates. Yes. So it depends on the class of device. So if it's an IDE and it's a class 3, then it's still be rules. Sure.
Okay. Take our next question from online.
Where can I find more information in regards to exporting medical devices?
Thanks for the question. We have the export medical devices website and the CDRH arm. We have all the information on there, including the constant information about the purchase of medical devices. We have the section for the exact export certificate that we issue, and then the different section for devices on export to the United States, which is the CDRH. And we also have some FAQs on there, like this more information. It's a little bit more links to the application system that we have. So device advice is very good resource.
Okay. With that, we'll take another online question, Joseph.
Although the certificates discussed are not required to export, would you say they are more important to have for higher risk / classes of medical devices?
Can you please repeat that?
Although the export certificates are not required, would you say they are more important to have for higher risk / classes of medical devices?
It's not really, the certificate is not based on the rate of the device, it's all based on the foreign country, the foreign customs devices involved. As I mentioned, you can export devices anywhere. You can export without specific approval or during export. It's only if the foreign country asks you to provide some proof of the product's market, whether it's a single market or not. And if it's a class 3 and a class 2 device that's supposed to meet performance standards, that will be on an 802. And there is language in the certificate that tells them what that certificate or the certificate is being issued for. And then if it's a class 1 and class 2 device, that will be on section the C841 certificate. So it's not based on the risk of the device. I mean, the risk will put you into a class, which will then tell you which certificate you can request. But we don't issue certificates just because of the risk. It's based on if the country is requiring it and you need it from us to issue a certificate to prove that your product meets those regulatory requirements.
Okay. With that, we'll take another online question.
Is it possible to identify the country we are exporting into on a CFGNE? There are times when some countries require specific information and we want to be able to distinguish that certificate from others.
Thanks for that question. Yes, you can always identify the country that you're exporting into. The first sentence of the certificate actually, that's where the name of the country will go to. I think it says, in order to export these medical devices into either a foreign country, we remove that word foreign country and we put, let's say, Canada in there, or let's say Mexico or Brazil, whatever. You can always list the country, but I also always tell stakeholders or industry that be careful when you do identify the name of the certificates, because if you submit a request for 10 certificates and you indicate that you want the country listed on there, you will have all 10 certificates listing that one country on there. So unless the country you're going for is asking for 10 certificates, which I don't think they are, you only need one to enter that country. If you are requesting it for, let's say, 2 for specific countries and then 8 generic ones, I would advise you to split that into 3 applications. 1 for Canada, 1 for Mexico, and then 8 generic certificates, so that you do not have an issue where you have 10 certificates of just one country on there. Be very careful when you do that. You can list the country, but be careful when you are requesting multiple certificates, as you will appear on all of them in that one application request.
Okay. Ruth, take another online question, Joseph.
Can a class 1 510K exempt device that has not gone through a pre-market submission apply for a certificate to foreign government for devices not exported from the United States?
Can you please repeat that question again?
Can a 510K exempt device apply for CFG-NE?
Yes, if so, it's the conditions of the device. If it's a class 1 510K exempt device and it meets the conditions for requesting a CFG-NE, then yes, you can request that. And also, so the device must be the same type of device that's also imported into the US. So as long as all those conditions that we discussed are met, you can request a certificate for that. And when you submit your application, please be mindful and check on your progress, the progress of the certificates or the review. You want to make sure that if anything is returned to you, in the system, if the reviewer is reviewing the certificate, they can anytime send it back to you for, we call that return for action. So let's say you may have made a mistake and listed a blood product on there or a drug product on there. We will send it back to you for you to remove it. And you have 48 hours to make those changes and send it back for the review to continue. If the time passes, the 48-hour time limit passes and you do not send it back for review, the status goes into incomplete. So at that point, if you log in after the incomplete status comes on, the only way you can get a certificate is to resubmit that application for us to then review it and reissue it to you. It's not really a big deal if you miss that deadline. You can easily go and clone that particular certificate application, send it back in, make those necessary changes, and then send it back in for review. I will say that check your emails frequently also, or have the person who submitted the application keep track of the application progress just in case it's sent back to you so that you don't miss the deadline. But if you do miss it, it's not really a big deal. You can always clone it and then send it back in for review.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Ruth, for your call to action.
Sure. All right, so your call to action today is to review the types of export certificates that CDRH issues for medical devices. It wasn't much. I'm sure you remember them, the CFG, the CFG-NE, the NCR certificates, and then the certificates of exportability under sections 801E1 and 802. You should also familiarize yourself with the medical device export provisions under sections 801E1 and 802 of the Act. And then please remember to print your export certificates that are issued to you within that 45 days, because if you do miss that 45-day deadline, you will have to resubmit the application and we will charge you for both certificates. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth, for that great talk on export certificates. With that, we will now break for lunch. You guys are, as I mentioned earlier today, you guys are on your own for lunch. We'll be back here at 1:15 to start the end of day 2. Please, we have a lot of great sessions left, so after lunch, we'll see you then. Make sure when you get a chance, visit the booth out back, and of course, all of the great educational resources available to you. evaluations. Those evaluations are used by us to gauge the program, how it's going, what we're doing is what you guys want, so that next year we can plan yet a better program. I say to Elias all the time, every year we seem to do this great program, it's getting harder and harder and harder to improve upon. So giving us that feedback helps us understand what is it that we need to improve upon. So with that, we have a few more sessions for the day, and this will then finish up REdI after we get done this afternoon. And the first session of the day is going to be from Dianna Kenner-Staves. So Dianna is going to talk about medical device reporting. So Dianna is going to come up here and talk to us about medical device reporting. Medical device reporting, viewing adverse events as an opportunity for transformation. So Dianna is a consumer safety officer in DICE. In her role in DICE, she educates the medical device and radiological health industry on FDA's regulatory requirements, including developing and maintaining educational content on CDRH's device advice, one of those educational resources we talked about earlier. Prior to joining FDA, Dianna worked as a clinical pharmacist in the VA Northern California healthcare system, serving our nation's veterans. In her role as a pharmacist for the Veterans Health Administration, she worked directly with patients and caregivers to provide education about their medication regimen. Additionally, she provided patient counseling services, which often included demonstrating the use of combination products, such as drug products contained in and administered by a medical device. Before beginning her career as a pharmacist, she served the United States Air Force as a cryptological language analyst. Thank you for your service, and provided translation services to military leaders. She earned her Doctor of Pharmacy degree from the University of Maryland School of Pharmacy and is a licensed pharmacist in both Maryland and Delaware. So give me a round of applause to welcome up Dianna.
Thank you, Joe, for that introduction. I'm really excited to go over medical device reporting with you today. Okay, so this isn't how a syringe normally looks. It doesn't usually look broken. What should you do? If a new syringe looks fully intact, you drop a dose of medication, and then it breaks during use. This presentation will discuss options that you have after you see a malfunction like this. Today's learning objectives. I'll review requirements for medical device reporting for mandatory reporters. I'll discuss potential outcomes of medical device reporting. I'll describe elements of an effective reporting system and identify potential strategies to optimize a reporting system. I will now quickly define some key terms from the regulation and the reporting requirements applicable to certain mandatory reporters. Mandatory reporters include manufacturers, importers, and device user facilities. Straight from the regulation, MDR stands for Medical Device Report, which is the report itself. It does not describe the act of reporting. One form that mandatory reporters will use is shown here, the FDA Form 3500A, giving everyone a friendly reminder that if you do submit an MDR, this is not an admission that the device, the reporting entity, or its employees caused or contributed to the reportable event. An MDR reportable event is an event that reasonably suggests that a marketed device may have caused or contributed to a death or serious injury, or has malfunctioned and is likely to cause or contribute to death or serious injury if the malfunction occurred again. A serious injury is defined as an illness or injury that is life-threatening, results in permanent impairment of a body function, or permanent damage to a body structure, or it necessitates medical or surgical intervention. Permanent means irreversible impairment or damage to a body structure or function, excluding trivial impairment. An example of trivial impairment could be temporary bruising. A malfunction is the failure of a device to meet its performance specifications or otherwise perform as intended. An example could be that photo of a broken syringe at the beginning of my presentation. A device user facility could be any of the facilities that listed on this slide, mainly a hospital or nursing home, and the others that are included. But I want you to note that it is not a physician's office. The physician's office is actually defined in the regulation as well. Okay, so these are reporting requirements for manufacturers and importers. On the next slide, I'll go over the reporting requirements for device user facilities. The requirements are dependent upon if you're a manufacturer or an importer. You will see some common elements that they're all going to use Form FDA 3500A. They should report deaths, serious injuries, and malfunctions within 30 days, calendar days of becoming aware of the event. However, if there is an event that requires remedial action, the manufacturer should report that to FDA within 5 work days, as you can see here. And a remedial action is an action that is beyond servicing or routine maintenance. Manufacturers submit all their reports to FDA, but importers, you can see, will report their malfunctions to the manufacturer. A reminder that device user facilities are not physicians' offices. Similar to manufacturers and importers, they do need to submit Form FDA 3500A, but that is within 10 workdays of becoming aware of the event. They also have an additional requirement to submit an annual report to FDA using Form 3419. That's a summary of the deaths and serious injuries at that facility. There are 2 methods to submit MDRs. The first way is electronically through the Electronic Submissions Gateway. Those reports are referred to as electronic MDRs or EMDRs. EMDRs are mandatory for manufacturers and importers and encouraged for device user facilities. The second method of transmission is to mail your hard copy MDR to FDA, but that option is only available to device user facilities such as hospitals. So this is our first knowledge check. If you're a manufacturer or importer, when should EMDRs for death, serious injuries, or malfunctions be generally reported? Is it A, within 5 days of becoming aware of the event? B, within 30 days of becoming aware of the event? Or C, they do not need to be reported. Internal documentation is appropriate. I'll give you a few seconds to think about it. I heard B in the audience, and that's correct. They do need to report these within 30 days of becoming aware of the event. The caveat is if you are a manufacturer and you do need to, you need remedial action to prevent the event, again, you do need to report within 5 days. Okay, so some potential outcomes of medical device reporting. All these outcomes serve to protect public health. MDRs can detect potential device-related safety issues, and they can contribute to risk-benefit analysis of devices. During a risk-benefit analysis, a few questions are asked. They include, was this a common or novel event? What is the frequency of the reported event? And what was the severity of the event? MDRs can also potentially initiate actions. Those actions may include FDA inspection of the manufacturer, changes to the labeling of the device, requiring device recalls, or sending safety communications. Next, I'll discuss the elements of an effective reporting system. Some effective reporting system elements include adverse event detection, documentation and maintenance of MDR event files, investigation, and reporting. I'll discuss how each of these 4 elements listed on the slide are integral to an effective reporting system. In the next few slides, you'll also learn that the quality system regulation supplements the medical device reporting regulation through complaint files. I'll discuss how adverse event detection contributes to a device reporting system, a medical device reporting system. If you're a user facility, manufacturer, and importer, you must develop, maintain, and implement written MDR procedures for internal systems that provide for the timely and effective identification, communication, and evaluation of events that may be subject to MDR requirements. Some adverse events may be detected through complaint files. A complaint is defined as any written, electronic, or oral communication that alleges deficiencies of a device after it has been released for distribution. The establishment should have a standardized review process for determining when an event is reportable and facilitate the submission of timely MDR reports. Next, I'll discuss the documentation and maintenance of MDR files. Your documentation should identify the information that was evaluated for general reportability. You should document all MDR submitted to FDA and or the manufacturer. And user facilities should also document the information that was evaluated to prepare the submission of their annual reports. The establishment should have systems in place that ensure access to information that facilitates timely follow-up from the FDA. This information should be readily available to FDA anytime they request it. The establishment should clearly identify all their MDR event files. MDR event files must contain information related to the adverse event, including documentation of the decision-making process, as well as identifying the personnel involved in that process. MDR event files should also contain copies of all reports submitted. User facilities need to maintain these reports for 2 years from the date of the event, and manufacturers and importers, their records should be retained for 2 years from the date of the event or a period of time equivalent to the design and expected life of the device, whichever is greater. Next, I'll go over investigation of complaints that may represent a reportable event. Investigations may be completed by technical experts. Personnel qualified to make a medical judgment include physicians, nurses, risk managers, and biomedical engineers. An investigation is a determination of whether the device failed to meet specifications, whether the device was being used for treatment or diagnosis, the relationship, if any, of the device to the reported incident or adverse event, and most importantly, it should attempt to determine the cause of the adverse event. Next, I'll go over the reporting process that an establishment needs to use after they have determined an event is reportable. When reporting an adverse event or malfunction, establishments should ensure that they are submitting MDRs using the appropriate forms and submitting by their deadlines. They should ideally submit all information required on the form. However, if some information is not available, they should still submit the information that is available in the report and a statement of why certain information is missing. They should also provide details of their attempts to obtain that information. If required information becomes available later, they should submit that information using a supplemental report, which is also known as a follow-up report. The supplemental report should be identified as a follow-up to the initial report and should be submitted within 30 days of acquiring that additional information. For clarity and simplicity, you should only include the new, changed, or corrected information on your supplemental report. Knowledge check. The FDA will not accept incomplete medical device reports. Do you think it's true or false? Give you a few seconds. Okay, that is false. If you are missing some information, you do need to submit what you have to FDA, and just be sure that you are documenting your good faith efforts to get that information. As soon as you get the information, try to go ahead and start your report and submit it within 30 days. So what's the importance of optimizing a reporting system? An optimized system allows for streamlined and timely reporting, which can help monitor medical device performance and safety. The information provided by MDRs can generate robust medical device performance data. And over the next few slides, I'll identify some potential strategies to optimize your reporting system. One strategy to optimize a reporting system involves the use of innovative technology, and another is for an establishment to develop and maintain continuous improvement initiatives. Currently, observational data after an event leads to submission of MDRs. With the advent of newer technology, though, establishments can begin considering the use of active, real-time surveillance tools to improve the timeliness of submitting MDRs. An idea to explore is the capability of reporting a bug in a device or software as a medical device. When bugs in a software program are reported in real time, this allows manufacturers to investigate for a potential malfunction sooner. So continuous improvement initiatives may include internal audits or routinely scheduled training sessions. An audit is a systematic, independent, and documented process for obtaining objective evidence and then evaluating that evidence. Audits can be regularly scheduled or impromptu. They can evaluate standard operating procedures, how data is collected, for example, through complaints or forwarded reports, their documentation and records maintenance procedures, and the training provided to employees. The establishment will especially need to evaluate if the establishment has an effective complaints handling process. Some questions to ask yourself include, how are your complaints received? What is your process for reviewing the complaint to determine if an investigation is appropriate? You also want to ask yourself, does the establishment have the processes, tools, and personnel to report? In regards to reviewing data, does the staff have the appropriate technical expertise to review and evaluate data from a complaint? Do the appropriate staff members have the access to reporting accounts, such as the electronic submissions gateway? And you'll also want to discuss the findings of the audit and provide recommendations. You should have identified deficiencies and trends in your reporting system and develop plans to correct or improve them. In employee training sessions, you may want to review the process for handling of MDR files after a report has been submitted, and you'll want to clarify documentation and maintenance requirements for those files. You'll want to list and explain reporting requirements for your establishment. You may provide definitions for key terms, explain reporting requirements such as what to report, deadlines, which forms to use, and where to submit. Discuss procedures for submitting the reports, make sure that your staff has all the access they need to submit those reports. Also inform them where they can find adverse event codes that are used on the reports. Demonstrate how to find information from MDRs that are made publicly available. You can show personnel how to use the MAUD database, and this database is updated monthly. You can also use frequent knowledge checks to confirm that personnel understand the information provided in that training session. On this slide, I've listed some resources mentioned in the presentation. In summary, medical device reporting is critical to ensuring that devices continue to be safe and effective. An effective reporting system allows for timely and accurate reporting of adverse events and malfunctions, and continuous optimization of reporting systems is encouraged. Thank you for coming to my presentation. I'll take some questions at this time.
Sure. So please, anyone in the house who wants to step up, please step up to the mic. I know we already have received a few online questions, so let's start with an online question. Joseph?
If I am a manufacturer who submitted an initial MDR and then learned additional information related to the event, what should I do? What do I do if I need to make a change or correction to information already submitted?
So you're asking if you've obtained additional information that wasn't submitted in the initial report, what you should do, and if you need to make a correction, is that what you're asking?
Yep.
Okay. Yes, so if you have acquired additional information that wasn't submitted in the initial report, you submitted by your deadline, you can always submit the additional information using a supplemental, or it's called a follow-up report. There's actually a section in, I think, section H of the medical device report where you can designate as it a correction or just additional information, response to additional information requests, things of that sort. But yes, you can always submit that to us. You want to make sure you do it by the deadline. We want the information that you have.
What's that? We'll think of first in-house question.
Hi, good afternoon. As my company is a packager of medical devices, for example, deep draw blisters of syringes or other devices, What are I know that FDA considers packagers manufacturers, but as we don't have any design history file or complete knowledge of the manufacturing of the device, what are the reporting responsibilities for a company such as that?
So you're asking if your company as a packager, you want to know what your reporting requirements are because you're considered a manufacturer through the regulation?
Yes, through the regulation, anybody that packages holds a device, right? We're technically considered a manufacturer, but we don't have the entire design history or the complete knowledge and understanding of the device as we only package and label.
I see that is a good question. I might need to defer that to Joe because there are some intricacies here that I'm not aware of.
So there's two things. One, as you noted, as part of the total product life cycle with the QMS, you are a manufacturer, so you are on the hook for MDR reporting. So if you find adverse events, you have to complete them. You're probably also, as a packager, handling complaints. So you're going to have a complaint handling system. You're going to do what you can as it relates to your MDR reporting. You're right, you now can't do further investigations because you don't do the design and development of the product. Now, whoever you're purchasing that product from to do the packaging, you're going to report back to them. They have their own complaint handling system. They are going to do whatever work they have to do. They're also subject to adverse event reporting.
So I think to clarify the question, I want to know, are we responsible to report to the agency through the MDR, or are we only responsible for them reporting to our customer? Because our customer complaint, our customer complaints come from the brand owner, not from the marketplace.
Okay. So the question comes, what is your responsibility as the packager?
Correct.
Which is, if I were you, I would have an EMDR system put into place that you could report if an adverse event comes up. However, there's also the caveat as to what your relationship is with the design and developer as well. Like, because they're going to have some level of purchasing controls back and forth between the two of you, and you're going to have some.
So we can handle that in our quality agreement.
Yep. And I was just going to say, hopefully you have a quality agreement.
All right, thank you.
Spell that out as to who does what and when. And you're going to meet that to the best of your ability.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe.
With that, we'll take another online question. Joseph?
Could you maybe clarify a little more in depthly what becomes aware of means?
Okay, that is defined in the regulation. That is when you receive any information from any source, including forwarded reports, complaints, your own adverse event reporting, your importer. That is when you become aware of the event, and that's when you should start your timeline.
Okay. Thank you. That will take another in-room question.
Yes, thank you. I'm a registered pharmacist, and I've worked both in the retail setting and also in the hospital. And we've had many devices fail when we're using it. And what we just do, we toast them. And that's what we do. So my first question to you is, do we fall under mandatory reporters?
You're asking, so do you work in a hospital? Is that, you're asking?
I used to work in the hospital, and I also used to work in the retail setting.
Okay. So you're asking, let's say you choose the hospital as your setting. If you're in a hospital and you have noticed an adverse event or malfunction, you're asking what you should do then?
Are we classified as mandatory reporters?
Yes, a hospital is considered a device user facility, and that hospital would be considered a mandatory reporter.
Okay. For the length of time that I've been at the hospital and retail, we've not heard anything about a medical device reporting. And my question now is, what is the agency doing to raise awareness among these mandatory reporters? Because to me, it's a little bit concerning that I've been in the hospital for 6 years. I've never heard somebody talk about reporting a device failure. it's kind of a little bit concerning.
So it's good that you're at a conference like this to hear, but there's also a program called MedSun. So MedSun works with the healthcare providers to tell them about their reporting requirements as well. But if you go online, the reg is very, straightforward that healthcare facilities have a reporting requirement. And then, like I said, if you go online, there is some resources out there. And one of the ones I would point you to is MedSun, MEDSUN.
And healthcare professionals can also submit MedWatch reports. They're voluntary. We do have a MedWatch program for healthcare providers, and consumers can also report too.
Yep. With that, we'll take another online question.
If a manufacturer only becomes aware of an adverse event from an MDR that was filed by someone else, what would be the next step?
Okay, so you're asking if a manufacturer is made aware of an adverse event through a different reporter? Is that what you're asking what they should do?
Correct.
Okay, so if you're a manufacturer and you get information about an adverse event that was reported by another reporter, you have a duty, an obligation to investigate that. So let's say you get a report forwarded to you from the importer. It is your responsibility to investigate all the events or all the details surrounding that event. And if you should make several attempts, good faith attempts to obtain that information. So you do have an obligation to investigate further.
Thank you. With that, we'll take an in-house question.
Hi. So my question is about devices that are distributed outside of the US. So could you explain just a little bit what the reporting requirements are for devices that have adverse events that happen OUS, and maybe what the difference is between when a US whoever the manufacturer would report that or not have to?
Can I get one clarification? So when you say out of the US, it's a marketed device in the US, but also globally, and adverse events that happen outside of the US.
So actually, I guess maybe that's part of my question too, is, there's some discussion, we've had some internal discussion about if the device itself isn't marketed in the US, but if it has, for example, the same components as a device that is OUS that fail, like what is kind of the line between you do have to report that or not? And like, is there a way to determine that?
Okay, well, just to clarify, so we're talking about a device that was cleared or approved in the US, correct? Well, that's one part of your question.
That's
Yes.
one part.
Okay.
That's what she said. So it's just
Sure.
almost like she has that question and
Okay.
then another question, but let's start with that one.
Okay, so if the device is cleared and approved in the US, but is distributed overseas, if there's an adverse event overseas, that is a reportable, or it should be reported as a reportable event because it was a device that was regulated here. So I think that's the first part of your question.
Yes, and thank you for moving the mic.
And I think
might be sold in the US. And the discussion was, what are their reporting requirements? Because what they're currently doing is reporting only on codes that are sold in the US. So the question really is if they have a deficiency that could be related to, for example, they're all made out of the same raw material. Is that a situation where they need to document a rationale why they didn't, or is there a decision-making process they should be following?
Okay, sure. So if they do make a decision to not report that, they do need to document the investigation. But if it is a device that has some simple modifications that don't affect the safety or effectiveness of the device that's marketed overseas, they still may have a reporting requirement because some countries may require those simple modifications to comply with their regulations. So if it's similar in design to a device that is marketed here, it's cleared or approved, then yes, they would have a reporting requirement.
Okay, thank you.
With that, let's take our next question from online, Joseph.
If I want to know if other MDRs have been submitted about a device, how can I get that information?
Okay, so that information is publicly available. Anyone can search the MAUD database, that stands for Manufacturer and User Device Experience Database. So when you search that database, you can search by product name, which is the brand name, or events, manufacturer. You can see what was submitted to the FDA within the last 10 years, and that database is updated monthly. As we receive supplemental reports, that information is also updated. So you'll see information from the initial MDR and supplemental MDRs.
Great question. Show of hands, how many people here use MAUD to look at similar devices just to have, your finger on the pulse of what's going on? Yep, a lot of people do that. Makes sense. Another online question?
Are you obligated as a manufacturer to report an MDR if a facility reports an event which is obviously not related, such as if it was because of user error?
Okay. So you're asking if a user facility has submitted an MDR and you're the manufacturer, you've investigated. You want to know if you have a responsibility to report that? Is that what you're asking?
I believe so.
Okay. Well, if the user facility has submitted a report about something they feel was maybe a device malfunction, or it has caused or contributed to a death or serious injury, if the manufacturer investigation reveals that the device was not the cause of that adverse event, then no, you do not need to report that. You should document that information in your files, go over the details of what the investigation was, and identify the personnel that decided it did not need to be reported.
Thank you, Diana. And I want to make one quick correction. We don't use the term user error anymore. It is now use error. User error sounds like it's the fault of the user. It's now use error, because at the end of the day, device manufacturers are responsible for ensuring that users can properly use the device for the intended use. So I term the
as well, or should we contact you to discuss that?
Can you repeat your question for me? Just clarify it for me.
Yeah, so I mean, if you did report your first one, let's say about 2 years ago, and you haven't had a reporting since, is that something that we can assume to stop reporting, or should we contact you and discuss that?
On that particular device in that particular event? Obtain the information, the records from when the event occurred. And I think, it does depend on the complexity of the device and the expected life of the device. Joe, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, that's just it. So when you say it's past its expected life, within its expected, so you got to take care of your devices till the end of the expected life of that device. And you've defined that as part of your design controls. Once you've gotten to the expected end of the life of the device, that is how you qualified the end of the life. So are you saying that an adverse event before or after the end of that expected life?
Yes.
Which one?
What I'm asking,
before, absolutely yes. If it's after,
well, there are devices that really don't have an expected life, right? I mean, instruments don't have expected life.
That's what I was going to go next.
So,
I mean, an implant,
an implant does have
depending on the implant.
Right.
You're going to have to determine that as it relates, but feel free to reach out to us
Of
at
course.
FDA. We'll have those discussions
Yeah, thanks.
about it. I mean, I'm always erring when it comes to medical device reporting. I always err on reporting it, because remember, what is the point of the reporting? And as Diana started her talk, we're not saying you're at fault because of the adverse event. What we're saying is we know that there was a serious injury or death. We want that information. And the reason we want that information is we're collecting all of it. not just yours, your competitors, similar devices, everything out there. And we're trying to trend that information to see, is there a problem? And if there is, what is it and how can we identify it? So the more information we receive with regards to this, the more of the database we can build and the more of an understanding we can have what's happening with regards to those adverse events. So I always default that if you can, report it, because it becomes one of those things that that information becomes important to us and eventually important to you because we're monitoring all these different devices out there. So with that, let's take a last online question and then we'll do.
Or I can always ask it after the session.
What's that? No, absolutely. We have time.
Oh, okay. Because that drew me to ask.
Actually, go ahead and ask your question.
X-ray equipment, right? They last for years, but they actually have a, like you said, by design control, they have a end of life. Customers are notified that the devices have reached their end of life. We are no longer supporting. You need to pretty much throw them away, right? Because from a design control, we will not provide service. We will not repair them. And we can always take them back, but the customer shouldn't use them anymore. But customers elect to continue using them so that they don't buy a new one and they don't really follow the letter, even though we send them by certified letter. Let's say that that's the scenario, right? So they send a situation, a reportable incident. Is the company supposed to report that to the FDA?
So I would report that because it's reportable and they, as a healthcare facility, probably reported it as well. And now you get to report what your investigation is showing as it relates to that, which is the information you just said, which is, yeah, we're aware of this. This is outside of the expected life of the device. This is what we think the cause was, what happened, and that's doing your own due diligence that you're closing out that investigation.
Now, similar question, probably make it more interesting, right?
Okay.
That manufacturing facility closed. I mean, it's a real case scenario. The manufacturing facility closed, no longer registered with the FDA. We are no longer in the X-ray business. But 2 years later, we got an incident reported by a customer who pretty much ignored the letter. Is that reportable? Because we no longer even have that registration active with the FDA.
Okay, so company no longer exists.
That's
They're
right.
gone. There's nobody there to report it. That's going to be my answer. I mean, it's one of those things that if FDA, and I'm going to take my FDA hat off a second, like, who are they going to come to see? Like, the company's gone. So from that standpoint, no, you're probably not going to report. However, I will say there are special cases, breast implants is one, where there has been things put in, even though the companies went out of business, that they have to continue reporting adverse events. But those are in pretty special cases.
All right. Okay, thanks.
So with that, that's our last question. Diana's going to wrap it up with her call to action.
Thank you, Joe. Okay, so your call to action is to know your medical device reporting requirements, challenge your organization to continuously improve your reporting system, stay current on regulations and policies by visiting and subscribing to CDRH resources. You can use our device advice web pages. You can view our presentations on CDRH Learn, and you can also subscribe to CDRH New for news and updates, and come to REdI annually. Thank you.
Great job, Diana. Next, we have our next session. Katelyn Bittleman is going to talk about innovations in medical device remanufacturing and servicing. Very hot topic, remanufacturing and servicing. Katelyn is a policy analyst in the compliance and quality staff in OPEC. She's responsible for developing and managing initiatives to strengthen OPEC's compliance skill set and promote the importance of quality in medical devices. Talk today about we talked about the quality system regulation and the QMSR. Your requirements are actually the baseline of quality. It goes up from there. Like everyone likes to talk about, oh, I have had FDA requirements, I'm great. No, that's the base. Meeting our requirements is a base. Think of quality going up from that standpoint because quality is important. Katelyn joined FDA and CDRH in 2015 as a compliance reviewer and has extensive experience in post-market compliance, cross-cutting policy initiatives, and collaborating with external stakeholders. Katelyn earned a BS degree in bioengineering at SUNY Binghamton before attending the Virginia Tech Wake Forest University School of Biomedical Engineering and Science to obtain a PhD in biomedical engineering. So please welcome Katelyn.
Thank you. And thank you for making me sound very important. I'm not that important. Today I'll be talking about remanufacturing and servicing and focusing mostly on the newly published final guidance of remanufacturing. So a little bit of history. Back in this long saga goes way back before I was ever outside of high school even, and goes back way beyond that. But we're going to take a look at recent history of servicing and remanufacturing devices. Servicing was kept out of the 96 rule of the QSR, and that was explained in the preamble. And it was supposed to be dealt with in separate rulemaking, but that just didn't happen along the way. So in 2016, we put out a Federal Register for comments and held a public workshop to get a better understanding of the landscape of servicing and remanufacturing activities when it comes to medical devices. In 2017, we were charged by Congress to write a report on our findings from both that workshop and what we're committing to do to address the issues of servicing and remanufacturing. We published a report in 2018 to satisfy that ask, as well as give a bunch of more information about all the other activities that we have done up until that point. We also later that year published a white paper and held a workshop on the servicing and remanufacturing differences. That was a initial attempt to try to get additional feedback on how we were trying to draw that line in between servicing and remanufacturing, because one of our charges from the report in 2018 was to clarify the differences of the two activities through guidance. So in 2021, we issued the draft remanufacturing guidance. We focused mostly on whether an activity was or was not remanufacturing, and I'll get into that specific distinction in a little bit. And we also issued a white paper on servicing cybersecurity associated with servicing activities. And that really tries to draw, have a little bit of a microscope on the specific issues around cybersecurity that are specific to just servicing activities and not cybersecurity of medical devices as a whole. And then finally, about a month ago, maybe if not a couple of weeks ago, we issued the final remanufacturing guidance. There was not too many differences between the draft and the final. We received a lot of great comments and a lot of great comments that we both implemented and thought deeply about as far as policy is concerned. So yay, we did it. So what are the learning objectives of today's talk? So I would like you to all know by the end of the talk how to, what the purpose of our remanufacturing guidance is, describe the ways to identify remanufacturing, and discuss the considerations for labeling for reusable devices to ensure that your devices are adequately serviced and maintained over their lifetime. So going into the first one, purpose. Again, the servicing report was issued in 2018, and we had quite a few different charges that we committed to, promoting the adoption of quality management principles, clarifying the difference between servicing and manufacturing, strengthening the cybersecurity, and also fostering evidence development to assess medical device servicing. And today, we're really going to focus on that clarification. So a couple definitions to get you started. The one major definition in statute or in regulation lies in 21 CFR 820.3W, which is the definition of remanufacturer. And that's any person that significantly changes the device's performance specifications, safety specifications, or intended use. Again, this is, we issued the final guidance satisfying that requirement from the 2018 report. And some other definitions that are major to the understanding of the guidance is manufacturers and third-party services. So it's important to note that when you're talking about what kind of activity you're performing, that we're not focusing on what you call yourselves as an entity, but rather what activity you're doing to the device, and then having that activity be assessed. It's also important to note that just because you're a manufacturer for some devices doesn't mean you're not a third-party service for other devices. There are lots of different models out there, and you can be both of these entities or neither of these entities. So going into the guiding principles, we have 6 in this guidance. First is to assess the intended use changes. And so we'll go into the flow chart in a moment, but the flow chart really, really focuses on the performance and safety specifications and how those changes can be significant or not significant. But the other part of the definition for remanufacturing is significant changes to intended use. So before you even enter the flow chart, we want you to assess that. Considering the individual and cumulative changes. So you may be doing one or multiple activities to a device, right? And so there is that creep that goes along with that. And so you have to both consider the changes that you're making on an individual case, and then also whether or not all of those activities as a whole would significantly change from what has been legally cleared or approved. You also need to assess whether or not a new marketing submission would be applicable. And so we have requirements for OEMs, our original manufacturers, to assess whether or not their changes would significantly change. And so we're basically saying here, if we would require an OEM to submit a new marketing submission on the activity, then we would expect a non-OEM to do the same. You are going to be assessing the component, parts, and materials, and we'll get into that a bit more in the flow chart. And like everything we do at FDA and encourage others to do, employ a risk-based approach, right? We're not asking for the gamut of documentation and assessment for lower risk things. And so really take that proportionality viewpoint when you're assessing these activities. And then lastly, adequately document your decision-making, right? If it's not written down, it didn't happen. In Appendix B, we have 2 appendices. The Appendix B has 2 examples for what we expect for some documentation, and just to give you an idea of what that looks like. So this first one is a simple documentation example and about a syringe pump with a broken door, and the third party entity is replacing that door. So they're writing down the UDI, the information of what the device is, the dates of the performance of the activity, what they did, and any referencing to documents that may have been done on a holistic level of whether or not changing that door would be considered remanufacturing. So now we get into the meat and potatoes. So there are a few activities that are considered significant, usually on their face value, right? And so before you even enter the flow chart, you realize that one instructions, as well as any change to the control mechanism, operating principle, or energy type. Those are mainly considered remanufacturing. And so I talked about the flow chart a little bit. It is a visual aid that talks about components, parts, and materials, and as well as a couple of other activities to help you make a determination of what your change is, as well as whether or not it's significant. So again, you can use it for assessing the individual change, the cumulative effects, and just keep in mind that it doesn't capture all relevant considerations, but tries to lay the groundwork and the framework for how you would actually assess your changes and your activities. And then lastly, because it's a visual aid, it's to be used with the accompanying text that's in the guidance. So just to give you a visual representation, try not to focus too much on the words here because I know it's small and we'll get into the zooming in a minute. But the way we set up the flow chart is the left side is an objective decision, right? Did you do this, yes or no? Don't worry about the significance until you get into the right side of the assessment. So that's the way that we tried to set up the flow chart to make it more comprehensive and stepwise into making your decisions. And if you get all the way down, you'll see that there are either a likely remanufacturing or likely not remanufacturing. And then the reason we split between likely yes and likely no instead of remanufacturing or servicing is because it's not a really binary decision, right? There are other activities that you could be doing that's neither of these, right? And so because we're focusing on what the regulatory the requirements are here, there are regulatory requirements associated with remanufacturing activities, but not necessarily always with the servicing. So getting into the flow chart. The first one really focuses on the indirect and direct body contact, trying to assess the biocompatibility, reprocessing, things along those lines. So did you add or remove or change a component, part, or material that directly or indirectly contacts bodily tissue? And having that say yes or no will then lead you into the is it significant? And what you'll notice is all of the point ones on the right hand side are exactly the same question, but the accompanying text along with it gives you a better understanding of how to assess the significance of that left hand question. The second question would be more about the physicality changes that you're doing, right? And so are you removing or adding a component, part, material, or changing the dimensional performance specifications of the component, part, material? Are you using a non-OEM component, right? Is that non-OEM component somewhat different than the OEM? How? Is it significant in that regard? Are there different, for instance, for a power supply, right? There are different power requirements associated with that power supply. So do those meet the same performance specifications that you're replacing with there? And if so, again, is it a range of specifications that you're fitting into, or are you outside of that range? And then lastly is sort of a catch-all as far as, is there a new or a modified risk that is changing the performance or safety specifications? And this one's a little bit nebulous on purpose. So we really want you to take a step back and say, are your activities changing any of the known risks associated with that device, right? Are you modifying it? Are you changing it in a way? Are you bypassing a safety feature to try to make the device more efficient or more effective or more user-friendly, right? Those types of things are really caught in this question. So let's go through an example scenario. So the lens of an endoscope is cracked. The lens is affixed by an epoxy that is not described in the labeling. So the cracked lens was removed and replaced. And the epoxy that was used was purchased from the original manufacturer and is identical to that used in the marketed device. So the replacement lens, though, was not purchased from the OEM, but it was tested and demonstrated to have the same optical specifications, and the materials were the same as used in the original lens. So let's see, are we adding or removing a component, part, or material that is directly or indirectly in contact with body tissue? Who thinks yes? Yay. Okay, so now let's assess whether or not that was, that the change significantly affects it, right? So we're using the same epoxy, we're using a different lens, but it's the same materials and specifications. So is this a significant change? Correct, no. So now we go on to the next question. Did you remove a component, part, material, or change the dimensional performance specifications to the component, part, material? Who thinks yes? Who thinks no? Oh, so the answer is yes, right? So we are changing the lens, right? But we can say that through testing that it is not significant because we did confirm that the optical specifications were the same. And then lastly, is there a new or modified risk or a change in the performance specifications? Who says yes? Who says no? Yes? No? Okay, okay, sorry. I know I asked you to say yes and no at the same time. The answer is no, correct, yay. So this is likely not remanufacturing, right? And so, so this would be an activity normally or colloquial thinking as repair or servicing or maintenance. So moving on, what about changes involving software? We don't recommend using the flowchart for a number of reasons, mostly because the changes are for the physical changes that you're making to a device aren't really the same risk considerations or considerations you would make for a change to software, right? So we have a separate section in the guidance that mostly talks about what are the general considerations or the general activities associated with servicing and remanufacturing. Now, on the flip side of this, most changes involving software we would consider to be remanufacturing. So we actually included a list of likely servicing activities related to software and design. That's not to say that we captured everything, right? We tried to capture the most common scenarios and the common activities that are done to software, such as updates or updates released by the OEM or updates released from the over-the-counter products like Microsoft and things along those lines. Diagnostic activities, though all of those would be considered servicing. And anything really changing code or changing specifications that are not really aligned with how the device was intended to be used would be considered remanufacturing. So the brand new section in the guidance that was not there in the draft was regulatory requirements once you have figured out that you are a remanufacturer, right? And so let's say that you thought you were servicing, but you went through the flow chart. You realize that what you're doing is considered remanufacturing by the agency. What are your requirements if you still want to do that activity? And so we have, reporting and registration and listing. Marketing authorization is if the device is subject to a 510K or a PMA, you would need to do a pre-market application in accordance with that. You are subject or you're responsible for conducting recalls associated with your devices, and you're responsible for having a quality system. Again, back in '96, we excluded servicing entities from requiring them to have a quality system from 820, and even with the QMSR that's coming out, or that is soon to be implemented, I guess. From that lens, you are now required to do everything a manufacturer would be required to do, and that includes also being in charge of the labeling that's associated with the device. If you're remanufacturing that device, you could be reusing the labeling from an OEM, but you are now in charge of everything that's been said in that, and so taking that responsibility is something to be considered. So, for a knowledge check. What changes should Figure 1 flowchart be used to assess? Who thinks 1? Who thinks 2? 3? 4? Oh, so I got 1s and 4s, but it's 1, right? So it's just the physical changes that we're looking at. And then for labeling considerations for reusable devices, this is another section that was in the draft, but we slightly changed it. So, you may be asking yourself, well, there's no servicing instructions in the OEM's labeling. So how am I supposed to know what I'm doing is considered repair or maintenance or manufacturing, right? So we considered quite a few things in the labeling that should be included from the OEM, right? And that includes key performance and safety specifications, critical technical and functional specifications, the recommended servicing schedule for activities, the actual version number and the release date of the software that's used with that device or in that moment, any recommended troubleshooting steps or routine testing, and also the acceptance criteria, and then description of error codes, alerts, and alarm features, as well as any precautions, warnings, and relevance that are relevant to the servicing of device. These are all highly recommended inclusions in what we would consider complete OEM labeling for the device. All right, lastly, knowledge check. Which of the following is not a guiding principle of the final guidance? Employee risk-based approach, use of non-OEMs parts as remanufacturing, consider individual and cumulative changes, and decision-making, document your decision-making. Who thinks 3? Who thinks 1? 2? Yay, 2. All right. So I do have a number of resources available that I've mentioned throughout the talk, and they are available here. And with that, I'll summarize. So remember, high quality servicing is essential for a functioning healthcare system. We know that quality servicing is needed to keep devices working. We're not expecting or asking for the servicing to decrease in the field. But remanufacturing is based on the activity itself and not what the entity identifies as, right? And so that I'll take questions.
So if you guys can come to the center of the room microphone, and while you guys are doing that, we will take our first online question.
Are remanufacturing and servicing the same activity?
So no, they are not the same activity, right? And the main difference here is that servicing would not be considered a significant change to the manufacturer, to this performance and safety specifications or the intended use, right? When we know that that word significance could mean a lot of things. And that's really what this guidance is really trying to identify and help you, help elucidate, right? There's a lot in that word. And so there's a lot of considerations, and there are tons and tons of different devices out there that are reusable. And different leveling of complexity. So no, the quick answer is there are differences in servicing and remanufacturing, both in what you're doing and then also the regulatory requirements associated with that activity.
Thank you, Katelyn. First question in-house.
Thank you for your talk. The question that I have is, what if you are coming into service or remanufacture a piece of equipment and the OEM or another servicer has changed it significantly and not reported it very well? Are you then having to report as remanufacturing? Are there reporting requirements to the FDA to kind of indicate that error?
So yes, this actually comes up quite a bit, right? And so what happens when someone else didn't follow the rules, right? Let's say you open up a device, it's been serviced by the OEM, it's been serviced by a third party, it's been serviced by the hospital, and you see that it is wildly different than what it should be there, right? Firstly, we would want to know about that. We would want to know about suspected remanufacturing that hasn't been appropriately told to the agency or fully vetted by whoever did the activity itself. And yeah, so the real point here is to try to help identify when devices are no longer safe and effective or potentially not safe and effective, right? And so I would take a risk-based approach there, right? Depending on the device itself what is wrong, or what you think is identified as wrong with that device as being, no longer safe and effective, and talk to the owner of the device, as well as maybe report it to the FDA, depending on what you think the significance is. So if you're asking, though, should you still repair it or should you still work on it? That is a question that I cannot answer very open-endedly. It really depends on, again, what all those factors are. And if you think that, it doesn't quite meet the same performance and safety specs of the original device, again, ask yourself, well, is that device no longer safe and effective? And should this be taken out of service because of those reasons? Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Next, we'll take an online question.
Does FDA believe original equipment manufacturers should share their instructions, manuals, and other important information with servicers who are working to assure the safety of the devices they service?
Yes, they should, right? And so OEMs are required to have a labeling in there for their devices, right? And they're even required under, now I'm going to get this wrong, but I think it's 820-200 under servicing. They have certain requirements there as well. So, we expect that quality servicing be done by whoever can do it, right? By qualified individuals. We don't put any restrictions on who can do it. But we'd also want to make sure that the person that is doing it has the necessary information they have. It's been quite a big question of, should we force OEMs to include this information in their labeling? And there are some different considerations there too, as far as what's required by our statutes to be included in labeling and what's not. So as far as that's concerned, we do have a list of suggested inclusions, like we talked about in the later part of the talk about what should be included in device labeling, as well as to ensure that the devices are actually maintained appropriately and safely.
Our in-house question.
So my question's about record retention, record management, I guess. So there are requirements in the regulation about servicing records, what should be in the records, what to do with them, feeding them into complaints, et cetera. Is there a similar requirement for remanufacturing records? And if not, how should a remanufacturer be approaching that?
Right. So if you're a remanufacturer, you are now subject to the QSR, right? You are now subject to registration and listings. Everything that a manufacturer is required to do is now you are required to do that for this device. So to answer your question along those lines, yes, remanufacturing activities you are now responsible for, and the record retention follows that same piece. Did that answer your question?
No, sorry.
Okay.
I think what I'm specifically asking is, are remanufacturing records, like the actual records, subject to the servicing records requirements that are in 820-200 in terms of, feeding into the complaint system, what information they need to have?
Gotcha. So if you're remanufacturing, right, I think what 200 is really designed to do is to capture to capture the retention of records that are not normally captured by the rest of 820. And because remanufacturing is an activity that is subject to design controls and manufacturing controls and things along those lines, that record retention is really captured by the rest of 820 still, and not specifically to the 200 pieces. So it doesn't really matter exactly where you're keeping the records, as long as it's findable and referenceable. There's different models for doing that. And if you wanted to keep that information with your servicing records, but just acknowledging that it is a remanufacturing activity, that would be acceptable, I think.
The short answer is yes.
Thanks, Joe.
We'll take an online question.
Where does refurbishment fit into the overall structure and decision-making? Can you provide an example of when it wouldn't be servicing or remanufacturing, but rather refurbishment?
So refurbishment, right? So refurbishment, it's interesting because when you look at any other industry besides medical devices, remanufacturing and refurbishing are actually switched as far as the definitions are concerned, right? Remanufacturing normally will, like for a car manufacturer, they think of remanufacturing as bringing it back to specifications, and refurbishing is more of the remanufacturing of what we would call it. So we do actually acknowledge that difference, that how we are a little bit different, but we are bound to our regulations and the definitions there. So be it. However, when you're refurbishing a medical device, you're really bringing it back to the original specifications, right? And so you can be replaced. It's kind of like buying a used computer, right? So if you're buying a used computer, but it's refurbished, so the hard drive may have been replaced, but it's the equivalent or the same hard drive that was originally there. Or you have new keyboard keys or something along those lines. Again, if all of those critical safety and performance specifications are still met, if it's being rebuilt in that kind of sense, that would be considered refurbishing and not necessarily remanufacturing. But there is so refurbishing, and again, the short answer is refurbishing falls under servicing and not remanufacturing. But the key difference there is to make sure that what you are changing and what you are rebuilding actually does meet the cleared specifications of that device.
We'll take an in-house question.
That was kind of my question with an extension to it. I think I kind of understand now the refurbishment, servicing, and remanufacturing. But there are companies out there that will take your reusable device, right? Still within warranty. And they will, well, let's call it service it.
Yeah.
They buy the components, the raw materials, even the IFUs that are available for them, right? So they pretty much produce the same device with the same components, but they sell it to someone else besides another company who send it in for servicing, right? Because sometimes they don't want to pay for the service, and this company actually says, well, I have a fix. I am now going to sell it to someone else. Does that make them a remanufacturer? I mean, a remanufacturer, a refurbishment company, or is that still not a remanufacturing condition anymore?
Yeah, so this kind of brings us back to, it's not always a binary decision, right? You're not always just a servicer or just a remanufacturer, right? You could be a reprocessor, you could be a reseller or a repackager, right? There are other definitions that do come into play in that kind of sense. And if you are, but for your specific example, right? Let's say I buy an endoscope that a hospital no longer wants, and because they're upgrading their systems to something new, right? And so I'm a secondary hospital. I want to buy their used endoscopes, but I want to make sure that they're like new, right? They want to be, I want them to be as close to the new as when the original hospital had it as I did. So I sell it, or I ask Joe's servicing company to do all the testing necessary to make sure that these devices are, working as intended. If Joe can show that that he replaced some components and parts materials, and that it follows the exact specifications as far as image quality, the features along with the features that are associated with that endoscope as far as, channeling and clearing and delivering air or fluids and things along those lines. And also that the sleeve is biocompatible and sealed appropriately for reusing it for reprocessing and things along those lines. If he can do all that testing and show that all of those specifications have been met, that would be servicing. That would not be remanufacturing. But the key here is, though, we want to make sure that Joe here is running a tight ship, right? We don't actively ask for him to register and list, but if we do suspect that there is, some safety and effectiveness issues going on, we do have the authority to come in and inspect and see to make sure that, that what he is doing is not remanufacturing and is in fact servicing.
So to throw the curveball, Joe's, electrical says, you know what? I can better upgrade that scope with this new thing that adds something new to it. that becomes
Remanufacturing.
manufacturing.
Yep.
So it becomes tricky to understand exactly what's happening to that device.
Yeah.
Online question, Joseph?
Why are servicers not required to register and enlist with FDA?
No comment. No. So back in 2018, when we put out that report, we found that there are, I think we estimated about 15,000 entities that would be considered some way, shape, or form a servicer. And most of them are doing, quality servicing, right? Quality repair and maintenance of these devices. And we also found that looking at all of those complaints and anecdotal evidence that came in that were shown to us to be what others had thought to be service in low quality servicing actually turned out to be remanufacturing. So that's the reason why we clarified the differences here. And then two, the administrative burden for all of those companies to again register and list, as well as do all of the things that are kind of necessary along those lines. We didn't see the actual need from the data that we had to justify that additional burden on the industry, and we thought that there would be a negative impact on the quality and the quality of servicing and maintenance of medical devices in the field. So we didn't want to introduce regulatory burden for no justifiable reason. And that's why, in essence, we have not yet, I should say, required servicing entities to register and list.
We have time for one more question.
You want to go?
And we can take any other questions offline afterwards, but.
My question is about the decision point based on where the device is in distribution. So is there a decision if you say, for example, have devices that you've pre-built and then you change the device and so they haven't been released for distribution? Is that more of a rework versus either servicing or remanufacturing?
Yes.
And is that, is there a certain point in the distribution cycle where you're kind of saying, okay, that's the line?
It's at that line, right?
Okay.
If it's been distributed, it's no longer rework. So rework would be anything that's still within the control of the manufacturer, and anything after that is aftermarket.
Okay. With that, I'm going to turn it over to you for your final thoughts and your call to action.
All right. So my call to action: employ a risk-based approach, right? Not everything is going to require a 80-page assessment. Some things will require just a small amount of work ahead of time to document that this service that you provide over and over again is routinely servicing and not remanufacturing. You don't have to do that. You do not have to do that assessment on the activity that you perform all of the time. You do it once, and then you document it and refer it back to that assessment. And then document your justification, right? If it's not written down, it didn't happen. So, it's twofold. One is to make sure that you are documenting and actually going through the process of assessing whether your activities are remanufacturing or not. And then two is to prove it to others, as well as, including the agency, to make sure that what you're doing is justifiable and also, not significantly changing the device as sold. No, that's it.
What's that? So thank you, Caitlin. We'll now go into our last break of the day, but please join us back here because we're gonna have an investigator close us out for the day and talk about closeout meetings and inspections. So please take a break and see you in, I believe, 15. Kind of taking their seats. We're going to get started in just a minute. Okay, we are coming to our last session of the day, and it's a great one, as all the sessions have been. So, as you know, starting this morning, we talked about the new QMSR and the fact that, yes, FDA will be retaining its inspectional authority. That means at some point, you may see an investigator come to your firm. Hopefully, they're there for just a general surveillance inspection and not for a cause. But whether it's one inspection or the other, I know that always makes anyone anxious to have an investigator come on site. So now we have an investigator here so that you don't have to feel anxious and understand that, you know, investigators are people like everyone else. And as long as you have a good interaction with them, all things will be good. They're just there to check things out and make sure your system's working the way it's supposed to. So our last session of the day, Lieutenant Commander Sara Onyango will talk about step into the closing meeting, navigating an FDA closeout and beyond. So Sara is a medical device investigator with the US FDA stationed in the New England District Office in Winchester, Massachusetts. She's been on active duty in the US Public Health Service. So she's a member of the Public Health Corps, the Commission Corps, and has done that for 12 years with deployments to federal prison and long-term care facilities to assist with the COVID-19 pandemic, to also going to Liberia to assist with the Ebola outbreak. So quite a resume there with regards to your service, and to Puerto Rico to provide medical care following Hurricane Maria. Sara became a women's health nurse practitioner in 2021 and volunteers as a clinician at 2 community clinics serving uninsured women. Sara received her doctorate in health science from Nova Southeastern University, her master's in nursing from Frontier Nursing University, and her master of public health from University at Albany, and has her BS in nursing from Villanova, and a BS in international health science from SUNY Cortland. With that, please welcome Sara.
So I think this is not advancing on the screen.
So sometimes it will freeze off if it's not been used. Start up. By the way, Sara, you and Kim yesterday, who was our moderator, she was also deployed in Liberia. I don't know if you guys told each other when you were over there for the Ebola.
I don't believe she was on my team.
Okay.
Yeah, 4 teams of us. Thank you.
I know. Oh no. Fine. I know. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Let's rock and roll.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for sticking around to hear me talk about the dreaded FDA closing inspection. So I've been an investigator for about 9 years, and I can say I think I've seen almost all of these faces walk into my closing meeting. Oh, thank you. So hopefully no one is dreading their next FDA inspection too awful much. I was at a firm once and the quality manager said to me, do you know there's at least 2 lies told at every FDA inspection? And I was like, ooh, what are they? I thought he was going to tell me all your secrets. But what he said was, the first lie is when the firm says, it's nice to meet you. And the second lie is when FDA says likewise. So with that, I'll just say it's very nice to meet all of you, and let's get started. So today we're going to identify typical activities conducted at the closing meeting, describe the agency's approach to classifying inspections, list the most common 483 citations issued to the medical device industry in recent and not so recent years, and describe common pitfalls with CAPA effectiveness checks, and demonstrate how these deficiencies can lead to a 483 observation. So when I'm talking about the closeout meeting, I mean the final meeting which ends the FDA inspection. However, the investigator should generally be providing end-of-day summaries or wrap-ups so that there aren't any surprises at the closing meeting. So senior management is encouraged to attend these meetings so that they can keep up to date with the progress of the inspection. So these are the potential activities that may occur at the closing meeting. So if a 483 will be issued, this is the time it will be issued. So for those who don't know, a 483 is called inspectional observations, and its purpose is to document deviations from the regulations. So it is the investigator's observations, and it's important to note that this form does not represent a final agency determination regarding your firm's compliance. So I will talk in a few moments about the classifications and how we classify inspections, but that does not happen at the closing meeting. So an investigator may also provide you with some discussion items. Discussion items are issues that are addressed verbally and not included in the 483. So generally, we would say these are less significant issues, but occasionally there are issues that are quite significant, but per policy, we don't include them on the 483. So these might be things like labeling issues or 510K concerns. Sometimes investigators will issue an affidavit. So affidavits are generally issued to the most knowledgeable individual to organize and identify the interstate movement of product. So sometimes we will ask firms to provide various shipping records, invoices, purchase orders, bills of lading. So this is because we have jurisdiction over medical devices that travel interstate. So this document just allows us to document our jurisdiction of the medical device. So if you receive a 483, you have the option to annotate the 483. So this is something that the investigator will do at your request before they leave the firm. So annotation acknowledges management's response to an observation, and they will select one of several choices from a drop-down menu. So one response would be promise to correct, and you can just leave it at that. Another option is to say promise to correct and add a calendar date or an interval in weeks. If the issue is something that was easily corrected and you believe it's corrected, you can say reported corrected. If the issue was something that you corrected and then you shared that evidence with the investigator and they also believe that it was corrected, you can have the investigator annotate corrected and verified. If you don't agree with the observation, or if you maybe need additional time to understand the observation, you can select under consideration. And if you choose not to annotate, the 483 will read annotation intentionally left blank. So all of these, with the exception of corrected and verified, which has an investigator component, are your choice. So sometimes firms will say that the issue is corrected and they'll want to annotate reported corrected. Sometimes I don't believe that the issue has been fully corrected before I leave, and so I will write in my report and explain, whether I believe the issue was in fact corrected or not. So annotation occurs before the investigator leaves. They will select these options, and then the options will be placed on the 483, and the 483 will be provided to you before the investigator leaves. So after the investigator leaves, you have the option to provide a written response to the agency, and this will go to a particular email address that the investigator will provide to you. So it's not required, but you are encouraged to respond in writing, and the time frame that we tell people is within 15 business days, because after that time, people at the agency are reviewing the investigator's reports and coming to a conclusion about the classification of the inspection. So your written response may affect the final classification of the inspection. If it's a good response and you've outlined your plans for correction, I suppose if you've provided a poorly written response, it could potentially negatively affect your classification as well. So in terms of classifying inspections, these are internal classifications by the agency. So oftentimes firms want to know before the investigator leaves what is the classification of the inspection, or what are the next steps. And the investigator does not know this at the time of closeout. So one option is no action indicated, or NAI. So generally this would be a situation where no 483 was issued. However, I talked earlier about the situations where sometimes there are significant issues, but they're just not identified on the 483 per FDA policy. So voluntary action indicated, or VAI, is typically a situation where there may be a 483, but the agency is not prepared to take further action. Official action indicated, or OAI, is typically a situation where there are significant objectionable conditions. So either a long 483 and or a significant 483, and the agency is preparing to take further action. So administrative action can be things such as a warning letter or a regulatory meeting, and regulatory action can be things such as seizures and injunctions. So after the inspection has closed, you will receive correspondence from the agency within 45 days of the inspection being deemed closed or finalized. So this is not the 45 days from the closeout meeting. This would be 45 days from the date that the agency determines that your inspection has been closed and decisions have been finalized. So along with the correspondence, you will receive a copy of the narrative EIR. So this is redacted and there won't be any attachments or exhibits included. So for those who don't know, an attachment is an FDA originated form or document, and an exhibit are the documents and records that we collect from you. So you can kind of think about the time frame. Some firms may receive this correspondence and a copy of their EIR in 1 to 2 months. But if your inspection has been classified OAI, it may take several months until the agency determines that it's closed and you can receive a copy of the EIR. So if a 483 was issued during the previous inspection, you can expect that the investigator will be verifying corrections to that 483. And if the issue was not corrected, you may be receiving another 483, and then there could possibly be a statement that says this is a repeat observation from the previous inspection. So everyone wants to know, when is the FDA coming? But this is just something that the investigator cannot tell you while they're there at your firm. So this is dependent on what the previous inspection classification was. So if it was previously OAI, you can probably expect that the FDA will be there sooner rather than later. But the timing is also dependent on product risk and any signals that we receive from the agency. So these would be things like if someone made a complaint about your company, or if your company has had a rash of recalls, we may come out to do a for-cause inspection. So this is a snapshot of announcement from fiscal year 2023. So you can see that most inspections are pre-announced with the 5 calendar days that we typically give. However, some inspections such as compliance follow-up or for-cause are unannounced generally. So I'm going to go over some of the most common citations issued by medical device investigators. So this is a pie graph of domestic medical device inspections in fiscal year 2023, so excluding foreign inspections. So the blue is no action indicated, or NAI. So this is 45.3% for NAI, 48.5% for VAI, and 6.2% for OAI. This is a graph of calendar year 2023, and you can see that the most common citation is Kappa, so 820.100A as in alpha. You can also see that there's another common citation here, and that's 820.100B as in Bravo. So earlier today, we talked about the word establish and how it means to define, document, and implement. So the 820.100 alpha, the verbiage is procedures for corrective and preventive actions have not been established or have not been adequately established. So even though you may have procedures, if they've not been implemented, you can also receive this citation. So this is a look at selected citations between 2022 and 2023. So you can see that it pretty much looks the same. So Kappa is leading, followed by complaints, and then the other players that we see are here as well, maybe in slightly different order, but non-conforming product, purchasing controls, process validation, and MDR are showing up in 2022 as well. So this is just kind of a look at all of these citations issued from 2015 to 2023. 2015 is the year I started at FDA. So you can see it's still Kappa, followed by complaints. So I thought I might take a little bit of time to discuss one of my favorite aspects of Kappa. And when I say my favorite, I mean one that I've written quite a few observations for. So this is verification of effectiveness. So the regulations say you must verify or validate corrective and preventive action to ensure that it is effective and to ensure that it does not adversely affect the finished device. So I thought I might take you through the mind of an investigator for a few moments, so I hope it's helpful. So this is an example that I have of some poorly documented effectiveness checks, and then we'll see a better example. So let's say there was a firm who had an inspection in 2020. The investigator reviewed the complaint records and determined that they were not adequately investigated. If you'll remember from the graph, complaint investigations was the second most commonly cited, so this is probably relevant to a lot of firms. So the investigator gave a 483. The firm then opened a CAPA, performed their root cause investigation, determined that the SOP needed revision to better address complaint investigations, and then they're also going to do some employee training. So at the next inspection, the investigator is reviewing this CAPA open to address complaints, and this is what they see. So it says the complaint procedure has been revised to include information on investigating complaints, training records attached. Therefore, this CAPA is effective and can be closed. So there are a few issues with this effectiveness check. So the first being that there's no plan or acceptance criteria. So it's not really clear how this firm is planning to assess effectiveness. The second is that there isn't any objective evidence. So the firm has provided evidence of implementation of the corrective action, but not its effectiveness. So they have the training records, which is good and what they should be including in their records, but that's only proving that the corrective action occurred and not that it was effective. So this company may be looking at an observation, either A20.100A or B. It may be something to the effect of specifically your CAPA open to address complaint handling did not include objective evidence that the corrective action was effective. So here's another observation that I wanted to share, also based on true events. So this is a firm that I inspected a couple years ago. So they had some issues with their design validation plans and protocols. So when I looked at their design records, I found that they didn't have clearly defined acceptance criteria. They did not also have a sampling rationale for the sample size selected. So I went back to this firm a couple years later, and they had opened a CAPA based off of the observation that I had provided to them. So this is what I found when I looked at their CAPA. So specifically, the effectiveness check plan initiated to address lack of established acceptance criteria in validation plans and protocols did not include clearly defined acceptance or sampling criteria, and only reviewed one design change without further justification for the sample size selected. So you can see that the original issue was design, not having good acceptance criteria, not being able to provide a sample size rationale, but the issue is still not corrected. Now it's just morphed into another system. So we're also seeing the same issues, but in CAPA. So here is an example of a better documented effectiveness check. So you can see that this effectiveness check has a plan that's hopefully been reviewed and approved by the appropriate individual prior to completing the effectiveness check. There's a time frame, so the person performing the check knows what time frame they can use. There is a sample selection based on a valid statistical rationale, so trace back to some standard or some other means that's well documented. And they have acceptance criteria that's unique and specific to their particular issue being addressed. Then lastly, they have evidence of their effectiveness check. So they've included as an attachment the complaint records that they reviewed. Okay, now it's time for the interactive portion of this presentation. So which subsystem is most often cited by medical device investigators? Okay, I've started with an easy one. So is it production, CAPA, design controls, or management controls? Okay, good. So seeing a lot of people saying B, so that's correct. Okay, and a slightly more challenging one. My firm will always receive a copy of the establishment inspection report within 45 calendar days from the closeout meeting. So is this true or is it false? Yes, okay, good. It's false. So I mentioned that the time frame is not from the closeout meeting, it's from when the agency deems the inspection closed. So you may receive it sooner, but that's kind of the time frame. All right, so here's some resources that I've talked about in various slides. So to summarize, we've seen that medical device firms are most frequently cited for CAPA, followed by complaints. And then I discussed when annotating the 483 or responding in writing, these things are not required, but they are encouraged so that you can clear up misunderstandings, tell your side of the story, provide additional evidence that maybe wasn't there at the time of the inspection. All right, so that is all. I will take questions now.
So with that, if anyone has any questions, please come up to the mic. Until then, we'll take our first question from the questions that have been coming in online.
Should I attempt to correct issues found or discussed by the investigator prior to the closing meeting?
Thank you. Yeah, I would say if you can do so adequately and using good document control practices. So some firms want to make corrections because I mentioned that, typically every day at the end of the day, I'm providing a wrap up and noting my concerns. So I think it shows initiative if you're starting to make corrections. But I would say there's no rush to complete the correction. We'd rather see it implemented well and not something done in a sloppy way so you can rush and say that it's been corrected when perhaps it really hasn't been fully corrected.
Okay, we'll take an in-house question.
Hi, thanks first of all for your time. Great presentation. I asked this question during the clinical discussion yesterday, and I suggested it was maybe a better question for you. So my question is around other parts of the CFR, for example, 812, if you're conducting clinical investigations and, 50, 56, et cetera. Are those things that could come up during an FDA inspection, or because they're not part of sort of 820 and 803, et cetera, they wouldn't? My question for the person yesterday was, do they get inspected somehow? And so that's kind of my question here is it part of the type of inspection that you would do?
So let me refine that question. When you say do they, do you mean the clinical sites?
So not the clinical sites. Okay. And I probably could have clarified yesterday. I mean specifically the sponsor. So for example, I'm a device manufacturer sponsoring a clinical investigation. Do I need to, and will they be inspected, have procedures saying that I comply with 812 and explaining how I would comply with 812, and then would that be inspected?
Is 812?
812 is the IDE, investigational device exemption. So the tie-in probably wouldn't be whether digging in 812. 812 would be looked at as part of a BIMO inspection.
Okay.
So that's why I asked about the clinical side of things. Where you might see it more from a general inspection of the sponsor would be when they dig into design controls.
Okay.
Because in your design controls, now you're saying as part of design controls, you have an IDE, an IRB, and all those things going on for any type of clinical work that you're doing.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So with regards to that, another online question?
At the end of an inspection, can a warning letter in addition to a Form 483 be issued at the closing meeting? Or can the warning letter only be issued after the response to the 483 is received?
So the warning letter will not typically or ever, I think, be issued at the closing meeting. So the closing meeting is for the investigator to present and summarize their findings. And then, after the inspection has concluded, the investigator will write his or her report, and then it will be reviewed by, appropriate individuals at the agency. And at that time, if, the compliance branch or, other parts of the agency are determining that it's necessary for a warning letter, then one would be issued. We're doing a lot of electronic communication, so it may be issued electronically, but not typically at the closing meeting. Was there another part to the inspection or to the question?
No.
Okay.
Okay, that's interesting. Next, we'll take an in-house question.
So February, what is it, 1st, 2026?
February 2nd of 2026.
February 2nd. Two questions. One, is the agency going to issue like an inspection manual as it is today? I know that QSIT different to what it is today, or what's the strategy?
So Tonya hit on that. So we're working on that.
Okay.
And if it's like QSIT, like if we have a new inspectional technique, which we'll have to have in place, we will likely communicate that hopefully ahead of time. So I think that is the plan. So we're working on that now to put a new inspectional technique in place. And then hopefully we'll communicate that prior to the implementation. Effective
audit. The assumption that in 2026, and of course these third-party racers come to the facilities all the time, they do the MDSAP audit and consider that the new system hasn't been implemented fully, right? That there are some gaps in the implementation, whatever that is. They always expect like the strategy, the plan, the implementation, verification, and all of that. The reports go to the agency. The MDSAP report has to go to the agency. Probably you don't have a black and white answer today, but when that report is received by the agency showing some gaps in the implementation or compliance to the new requirements, what do you think the agency's position will be on that?
I mean, that's going to depend. Like I said, MDSAP won't be going away. They'll have to update MDSAP to the new QMSR. But what is in those findings from those AOs, what action will be taking after those AOs report, I don't know. I wouldn't, because it'll depend on what it is, what exactly we're finding. I know, for example, one of the things that's going to be changes is you're going to be changing the name and nomenclature of things. You're still going to be doing the same things, but the names might not be the same. So the questions are probably going to come up. And this is why I say, read the new regulation, understand what the new things are going to be called, so that when you talk with an AO, an MDSAP AO, or an investigator, you're now using the same terminology and not the older terminology. But is that going to be a major finding that instead of, calling your device master record or technical file, I can't, venture, but I think that's more of a name issue, that you still have the same things in place, but it'll depend on what the findings are. So with that, let's take an online question.
Would the issuance of a 483 impact pending submission reviews, such as a 510K or PMA? For example, would there be any hold on the submission?
I believe the classification can have the potential to affect any pending applications. Is that correct?
I mean, I think a 483, probably not, but any type of enforcement action beyond that depends on what that enforcement action is. So, for example, if the enforcement action from the 483 goes up that chain to something like a consent decree, that probably could impact that new submission that's coming in. So it really would depend on that actual enforcement action that we're talking about. So, an in-house question?
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to say really nice to meet you. A slightly different question. Can you give any perspective on how you see the emerging technologies of AI, generative AI, helping with the inspection process?
Oh, gosh, I don't know if I'm
That
qualified to answer
is
that.
a good question. I actually thought you were going to go a different direction with that, but that is interesting. I mean, notice today that we also have the remote programs that are in place. So there's a lot of things happening. I couldn't question on how AI is going to impact the actual inspection process itself, but I could take the FDA hat because I do not want to get in trouble for saying something. But I could see if you had put enough information into an AI program, AI helping to identify certain things and trends and other information, because it can pull together lots of sources of information and crunch it together. So for example, we were showing that CAPA information up there, that you could utilize AI in the future, that if it plugs in enough stuff, it's going to tell you, oh, we're seeing a trend in this particular finding, or we're seeing particular things happening at different times. So I could see that eventually, probably not tomorrow, but potentially in the future being utilized in that way, and using that to look at device types, trends in the different device types of what the findings are, what are, deficiencies in the quality systems, and then kind of pulling that information together. So with that, let's take on another online question.
In the event that an inspection classification decision results in a warning letter, will the EIR be withheld until the warning letter is closed?
Yes, so the correspondence and the EIR will be provided to the firm when no further action is planned. So within 45 days of that whole inspection decisions being finalized.
Okay. We'll take one last in-house question.
Can you speak at all about the logistics of foreign inspections, like time frame for announcement and length, anything like that?
I do foreign inspections, but I don't do the pre-announcement piece. So that's typically done by someone else on our behalf. So I don't know if Joe,
Usually
if you
about
have
a
any
month.
other.
Okay.
It's usually about
Not
a month.
5 days.
Well,
Not 5
domestics
days.
are 5 days.
Yeah.
Usually foreign is about a month. Remember, you got to get together with regards to the travel piece.
Right.
Then you got to look at, is it a foreign country, English speaking, non-English speaking? So there's things that have to be put into place. And I think I talked to somebody earlier, you're not putting a QMS together in 5 days or a month anyway.
Right. Does the FDA provide translation, or is that the sponsor's
Nope, that is for the
responsibility?
sponsor to provide somebody who's going to be able to translate those documents. Thanks. Okay. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Sara for her call to action.
Okay, so I would just encourage you all to ask questions and invite your senior management to attend your end of day wrap-up meetings so that there aren't any surprises. So that's ideally the time that you would have dialogue with the investigator and clear up any misunderstandings, provide additional evidence. So in addition, when you have your closing meeting, you can discuss your plans for correction with the investigator, and/or you can provide a written response. So we talked about how it is encouraged that you do both, but you're not required to. And then when you are doing CAPAs, and specifically the effectiveness check aspect of the CAPAs, you should ensure that there is a written plan with acceptance criteria that's based on a statistical rationale. And then just remember to provide objective evidence of your effectiveness check.
Thank you, Sara. And with that, we are going to close out our day 2 and close out REdI altogether. So So very special thanks to some people that put these things on. So, sure that's on. So REdI is a heavy lift for all of us. It's a lot of work that goes into this program. And I want to thank Brenda Stoddard, Elias Mallis, Larissa Lativa, and Jeff Kelly. They are the ones who lead this program from the plenary you saw yesterday with 3 center directors. To get 3 center directors in the same room together, it's not an easy thing. And, you know, Elias does a lot of work with talking with them about what they want to talk about, what they want to put out there. And Brenda and Larissa, the work that they put on to make this happen, we thank Cedar a lot. And then, of course, Jeff Kelly and his entire crew who makes this possible. So with that, a thank you to them. And then our community of contributors. So this also doesn't happen without our division of communications who promotes the conference. We could have the greatest content in the world. If you guys are not aware that it's happening, you don't know to come. So thank you to our communications group who puts that promotional effort out there. Our studio, for those people that are online, the studio is making sure that all of this is being broadcasted, including those YouTube channels, as well as other folks, whether it's behind the scenes with travel or our staff working the booth out there this last 2 days. It's all of them coming together to make this program as successful as it is, including our senior management that supports us in doing this. Because while we're here doing this, we're not doing other work back at the office. So I thank you to all of them. And then last, I thank you to you guys. You're spending your valuable time to be here. As I mentioned earlier, we believe that knowledge fosters voluntary compliance, but that only works if you guys come and listen and want to hear what we have to say. And I know while you're here, your work is piling back up at home. We know that. Doesn't mean manufacturing stopped. It doesn't mean that sales and marketing isn't out there doing something else. They're all going on. So all of your REdI people, all the quality people, everyone that's here, manufacturing people, to understand this, we know that that work continues. So we appreciate the valuable time you're giving us by coming to these educational outreach efforts. And some quick reminders, one-stop shop of SBI events. Valuations, again, important that you close those out so that we can better take that information back. And then the certificate and attendance information, as well as the CE stuff. Last, generally we'll get the full recordings posted up on YouTube within a 10 business day of the event. And those things will then stay up there. And please visit all of those educational resources are available. As we close out today, remember, we're gonna have a closeout just like yesterday with the speakers from today in different areas. And I don't know if you wanna put that up there. And then after we get done speaking, whoever wants to have some one-on-one questions, then please safe travels wherever you're going. And always feel comfortable to reach out to FDA if you have questions.